I late? How? Okay. Whew. Hi everyone, good morning, welcome in, how are you doing? What's up? Okay, if it makes you feel better, if you are currently mad at me, for being 1 minute late to my 10-minute arbitrary lateness. If you're currently mad at me, this will make you feel better. Okay, this will make you feel better. This is my lunch today. You know how sometimes I have like a sandwich? This isn't a sandwich. Chat, it's just bread. Not even toasted. So, it's not that, I was treating myself and not thinking about you. It's that I wasn't doing anything. It's nice bread though, to be fair. It's nice bread. Yeah, I'm trying the pity tactic. Oh, you'd give me your yogurt. That's so nice. Plain bread is actually nice. Yeah, it's actually nice. It's actually like way nicer than I thought it'd be. Yeah. I imagine it would hit a lot harder at 1 a.m. At least you remember to eat. Thank you. How are you guys? Y'all doing good? This is gonna be, by the way, this is gonna be incredibly ironic, given today's stream. Today's stream is how to live forever. Yay. That's what today's stream is. Now, a big part of how to live forever is diet, according to, this dude that we're going to be talking about. Brian Johnson, he's the blood transfusion dude. Actually, he's not the blood transfusion dude that I've done before, which is interesting. Rahul, thanks so much for the follow. Oh, and Thunderclap, thanks for the follow too. And I'm Mara, thanks so much for the follow. And Maywolf, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate that. That's so nice, you guys. And thank you for the hydrate. Very important when your breakfast is bread. But the person that I did a stream on before about like blood transfusions as a way to stay young wasn't actually Brian Johnson, which is crazy that there's more than one of these guys doing this. It was Richard Thiel or someone Thiel, Drake Thiel, Jeremy Thiel. I don't remember his name. But hey. Peter Thiel, yes, thank you, that's the one. Savitron, thank you so much for the prime, I so appreciate you, thank you. Yes, we did a stream on Peter Thiel, but we haven't done a stream on Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson is kind of like a more charismatic, likable version of the PayPal dude, I would imagine. I'm kind of vibing hard with Brian Johnson currently. Yeah, he's not the blood transfusion dude. He's more of a blood transfusion dude. Exactly. Peter Thiel is a less charismatic version of Musk, right? There's a less charismatic version? Jesus Christ. How is that possible? Sorry, was that close to being political? My bad. Hi, Mark, what's up? What's the shiny thing on my bed? It's a light. Wait. Hold that thought. Ah, ooh, wow. Now it's purple in here. Crazy. Who the fuck made that account? No, I'm not having this. Whose account is that? I only say spoonerism. First time chatter. When was this account made? No, I'm not having this at all. Wait, account created 6th of February. Oh, you've changed your name. Who are you? Who are you? It's not even a new account. Who are you? Where did you come from? The answer is not spoonerism. The answer to one question question one time on one of my psychology streams was spoonerism, because it's a very specific error that we make in speaking language, whatever. Show yourself, who are you? The answer's not spoonerism. I'm going to be haunted by spoonerism. Stop saying almonds! You know too much. I've taught you too well. This is the consequence of my own doing. These are the consequences of my own hubris. Well, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Spoonerism. I'm so glad that they're gonna stick around. Spoonerism. That's so funny. That's so funny. Betty, hi, how are you doing? If you have to live forever, which age version of you would you live like? Like, version of me, what I was like then? "21 was pretty good. "21 was alright, because I'd finished uni, I got my braces off finally, Jesus fucking Christ, and it was before I lived with a boy, which means I doubled my calorie intake. Ignore this. So I was actually fit and healthy. I was actually still going to the gym. I had abs when I was 21. There's evidence of that, by the way, because I was streaming then too. I had abs when I was 21. Was I streaming then? No. No longer. No longer. Now I just eat plain bread and cry. Yeah. Yeah. I eat plain bread. Yesterday's dairy milk, but I'm not actually gonna eat that. Cold coffee. Water from a tap in a water bottle that should be disused. And I have no abs. Why not just go back to the gym? Ugh. I do. I do. A boy? I know. Literally. This was before I lived with a boy who, like, wants to make the same amount and puts cheese on everything. And I'm like, yeah, cool. And now I eat twice as much as I should do. But you know what's even worse? I don't even care. Because it's so good. And I'm so happy. Contentment is how to be ugly. That's the truth. If you're content and happy and want for nothing, then you're hideous. God damn it. This is not advice. I'm not giving advice here. Ignore everything I'm saying. Oh no. Not undernourished anymore. I wouldn't have called what I was before undernourished. I would have called that healthy. And now I eat nothing but carbonaras. But I'm very happy about it. Thank you, Tino. What do I do at the gym? Strength training. I won't say specifically because you know what Twitch boys are like. Genuinely. People come in and like, oh, what's your workout? Because they're being weird and creepy. Like, actually, genuinely, it's really weird. It's on par with anyone mentioning the word wedgie. You got a whole team of wedgie people. Then you've got people who are like, put your elbows together. Then you've got people who are, oh, can you touch your whatever it is? And then there's people who are like, bicep curl, etc., etc. All of these people are in the same bracket. What does a workout look like for you? Actually under the same bracket. Genuinely. It's really weird. I know yours was a genuine question, but can't say. Must remain top secret. I changed my summer tires to winter ones on Saturday. Oh, wow. That's beautiful. That's like something out of Stardew Valley. My back is still hurting. Oh, I'm so sorry. Literally a 40-year-old's back. Are you 40? Interesting. I would never have thought. Or are you not 40? No, I'm 19. Oh. That's what I was gonna say. I'll be very surprised if it was hyperbole. It was a metaphor. It was not a metaphor. You know what I'm saying? It was hyperbole. I get it. Wedgies are my favorite workout practice. Oh my god, I can't believe... Do you know what would happen there? Kleiss would have gone on to ban and would have clicked, and maybe Kleiss misclicked off you first time just to give him a little bit of space to think about who you were. That's what would happen. When Kleiss says you were close to being banned, I reckon there was some sort of accident happening. There's the reason you didn't. Not because that's bannable, but there's a whole wedgie collective, man. Seriously, mark my words. There is a whole wedgie collective. It might just be one dude who harasses me, but I don't know. They just come in and they just use the word wedgie. And I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. Like, there's no goal here. It just drives me insane. I don't get it. Well, it doesn't drive me insane. It drives Kleiss insane. My back has been like I am 40 since I was 18. Do you know, I never had the back thing. I've had hip things. I woke up with a bad hip the other day. That was low. I've got dodgy elbows and knees, but that's because I'm cursed. I was bound to have dodgy elbows and knees regardless. Let me show you my curse. Are you ready? That's not normal. It's overextension. It means that there is lots of exercise. My knees are the same way. It means there's lots of exercises I can't do. A photographer screamed at me once. Like, screamed at me. He screamed at me because I wasn't following his instructions. He said, hold your arms out straight. And I was. That's straight. What do you mean? And he was like, that's not straight. And I was like, that's straight. It goes up. What the fuck? Yeah, man. I'm bendy, but I'm bendy in the worst way. Like, no one. I'm not bendy in any other way except my elbows turn too much. It's like the least sexy way of being flexible. It's so disturbing. Thank you. Yeah. So there's lots of stuff I can't do, and that's why there was this man who came up to me in the gym one time. He happened to be a man. I'm not making any statements here, but he came up to me in the gym one time while I was doing a chest press, and he told me I was doing it wrong. Now, my brother is a personal trainer, and he also has the elbow curse. And so he was like, yeah, Perry, don't try and do this. You'll break yourself. Let me show you how I do it. And you do it this way. It's technically wrong, but do it this way. You won't hurt your arms. And I'm like, cool. So I was doing it like that. And this guy comes up to me and is really mad and that I'm doing it wrong. And I say, no, it's like it's like a special way of doing it. I know this isn't the proper way. And he like fully was arguing with me about doing it wrong. Well, I wasn't arguing back because that's a lot of wasted energy. Like, I might not have the diet of anti-aging or the exercise of anti-aging, but I definitely have the stress management of anti-aging. I just avoid all things that could potentially become stressful. But please, I'm so sorry for the dab. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to do it. As soon as I do it, I'm like, oh. But he was like fully, like really mad that I was doing it wrong. And I tried to explain the elbows and he didn't believe me. It's the elbows. Do I not wear headphones? Yeah, that doesn't stop them from talking to you though. I know. You know. Do you know some stuff about brain aneurysms? I don't know anything about brain aneurysms except they're scary, right? They can like happen at any time and you don't even know. But I know nothing about it. You know someone in the hospital's getting it checked now. Oh, I hope they're okay. I'm so sorry. That's terrifying. Hi, C, what's up? Hi, cable car. Hello. Dab on the stress. I'm glad that, like, you like that. That made you subscribe. Thank you. What is it with people giving unsolicited advice? I know. Although, I did make friends with a guy in the gym the other day because I couldn't... I'm an engineer. That's not true. I'm something of an engineer. I've duct taped my eye tracker to the screen. Anyway, what was I saying? I couldn't figure out how to readjust the leg curl machine. Now, I knew how to readjust the leg curl machine because I popped a squat, right? And I was on the floor and I was looking at this machine and I did some analysis and very clearly you pull it out, you turn it, you push it back in, like most other machines. Very clearly, I knew exactly what part to push and what part to turn. Like, I get it. I understand the mechanisms here. But I just couldn't do it. Like, for the life of me, I just couldn't do it. See, this is the thing about most machines at gyms. You have to be a certain level of strong to be able to work them. I'm not joking. I'm actually not joking. Like, I feel like I'm too weak to adjust the machine. Anyway. But I just couldn't do it for the life of me. I could not figure out what I was doing wrong. And then this guy looks over and he's like, very begrudgingly, so begrudgingly, he made eye contact with me, and I could see in that moment he was like, oh, I'm gonna have to help now, aren't I? So begrudgingly, he comes over and he's like, do you want me to do it? And I was like, yes, please. And then he did, and then I stopped and I was like, okay, can you tell me? And he did exactly what I knew you had to do. He did exactly what I was trying to do, right? And he made it look so easy. It was just pop. That's exactly what I was doing. So I said to him, okay, just so I know, what did you do there that I wasn't? And he just said, I pulled it out and I turned it and I pushed it back in. Cool. Thank you. Seriously gonna cry. But I made a friend! No, he hates me. He hates me. That whole situation was begrudging for him. He resented that. Skill issue. It really was, man. That's exactly what I was doing. Yeah. See, when people say, okay, and the pen is greater than the sword, or knowing how to do something is more important than physical strength or whatever. They're not really fully right, are they? I knew exactly how to do that. I couldn't do it. Logic! I have a new parasocial relationship at the gym. What, between me and this guy? Yeah, I hail him. He's on a pedestal for me. I hail him as the god of machine configuration. I stalk him outside of his house every day. I followed him home. He lives in my area. It's his local gym. Easy peasy. The key turning Jesus, isn't it just? That happened with one of the machines in my climbing gym. There was no big strong boy to turn it on, so I just didn't use it. We need to train to be able to train. It's like how you need work experience to get a job. It's the same thing. We need to be a level of strong before we can access other levels of strong. It's like unlocking things in a game is what it is. You need to be a certain level to be able to use this thing. I'm not strong enough to adjust the prone curl machine. I'm not. I can't do it. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh. It's literally what it is. Anyway. Hi, Kapoor, what's up? Welcome in. This is embarrassing. Renix, hello. The temptation to start singing Forever Young. That song has been in my head the entire time I've been researching this. Forever young. I wanna be forever young. Nobody wants to live forever. Yeah. Whatever it is. Is that a Dune quote? Is it a Dune quote? From that moment, I understood the weakness of my... Is that a Dune quote? I love that. I love that so much. That's brilliant. Anyway, oh, it's Warhammer. Interesting. Is that more or less cool? That's less cool. That's significantly less cool. And I'm adjusting for the fact that What's His Face made Warhammer cool. The game, streamers, and then also Henry Cavill made Warhammer cool now. How not to live forever. Well, there's some very, like... That one would be a little easier, I imagine. How not to live forever would be fairly straightforward. How to live forever is a little bit complicated. How did you say his name? So apparently I've said it wrong then, and I'm not going to entertain this. Cavill, not Cavill. I think that's a bit pedantic, don't you? I think it might be a little bit pedantic. It's the word of the day. Can we spell pedantic? Can we spell patronizing? Thank you. Perry lives forever, but as AI. Well, that's one way of doing it, I suppose. The whole, like, put your consciousness in a machine thing. But I don't like that way because I don't trust that it's actually you. You know? I'm a big proponent, that's not the right word, but you know what I'm saying, of the theory that if you stick yourself in, like, a transport machine, like out of Star Trek, you'll just die. Every time they spawn you, you die, and then they create a clone of someone else. It's not you. Your consciousness doesn't carry on, for example. And I'm a big advocate for that theory. I love it. I think that's the right one. 100%. Thank you. Exactly. So I kind of feel like if you die and they put or that you take your consciousness out of your brain and put it in a fake brain, I don't think that's you anymore. And also, how would you take out the consciousness? What even is consciousness? Are you just reconstructing the same brain and then it uploading memories? That's not you. That's a computer. Do you know what I mean? It might be you. It might be equal to another human being, but it'll just be a clone. It's not going to be your consciousness because there's a break in the consciousness, if that makes sense. So you, from your perspective, you're dead. And then just someone else will pop up and take your place. So I don't think the whole live forever as a machine, live forever as an AI thing makes any sense. I think you're just creating more people and it's not actually you, me personally. But hey ho, not my area. I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe this is whatever. It would be convinced it's you, but it's not. Exactly. So the clone would never know the difference. You would, because you'd be dead. There's a good video on that by CGP Grey. I think that's where I got this, or I think that's what I've watched. Yeah, it was really good. When you go to sleep, your consciousness is broken. Are you still you when you wake up? Your consciousness is not broken when you go to sleep. It's altered, is the thing. So, yes. It's a cool argument. I've heard that argument before, but actually your consciousness isn't broken. You're still going. You're just, asleep. It's an altered state of consciousness. The same thing if you like go to a rave and start dancing to the trance music for hours and hours and hours. Altered state of consciousness, same thing. You're not dead when you go to a rave. Well, you could be. Stay safe out there, but still. You can't for the life of me pull a Lapras in Pokemon Pocket. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can we have prayers in chat for this man's Lapras pursuits? Is it still the same computer after a shutdown? Well, the computer doesn't have consciousness at all. Is the thing. So. Are you sure? Pretty sure. But I like your vibe. I like where you're going with this. What about when you faint? So you faint because your body's protected. Correct me if I'm not a biologist here, so correct me if I'm wrong. You faint because you usually don't have enough oxygen going to your brain, which means your body tries to shut down so that you don't use up too much energy so that you can still survive, right? Your body literally goes, you don't have the energy to do what you're doing. Yeah. Is that what fainting is? I would imagine that's the same as falling asleep then. Like in terms of altered state of consciousness. I don't think there's a break in consciousness. But I don't know, man. Every 7 to 10 years, you'll have every cell discarded and replaced by new cells. Does that mean that it's not you after the cells have been replaced? This is a fun one. Yeah, like if you replace every single part of a ship, is it the same ship? Does it matter how slowly you do it? If you do it all in once, it's a different ship. But if you do it very slowly over time, does that make it the same ship? How come? And what is the statute of limitations on the time? That's the wrong phrase, but you know what I'm saying. Like, how slow does it have to be for you to think that it's the same ship? And is it all just a matter of perception anyway? It's not about whether or not it is or isn't the same ship. It's about your perception of whether or not it is or isn't the same ship. We attribute meaning to everything, including ourselves and our own consciousness. Reincarnation. That's a fun one. Well, that's... reincarnation, all this stuff. Oh, yeah. So all of this can be negated by the belief in souls. I don't believe in souls. So if we fuck off souls, then these arguments stand. If you include souls, then none of these arguments stand because you can be like, well, you is the soul and the soul gets transferred. So GG, you know. But that's less interesting as a debate topic, so we can fuck it all off. Was I seeded from intelligent design? Are you asking if there's God? I don't know. It sounds like a plot for a cosmic horror story, doesn't it, Jess? I really want to write one of those. We are but containers for souls. We're little flesh bags. I just think in the flesh bag thing. I just think we're flesh bags, full stop. And we perceive ourselves in a weird way, but we're just flesh bags. I don't think there's any difference between a human brain and an advanced computer. Not a current advanced computer that currently exists, but one that could exist in the future. Me, myself, personally. I think we can make an artificial human easy peasy and it would be just the same as any other human. It doesn't mean that it's not human. It's just us. For example, ants. Wait, what? Where was I going with that? I was going somewhere with that. Ants. What am I thinking of? I don't know. Sana and Paul, hi, how are you doing? You can't tell me you've never played Dark Souls or Soulsborne games. Hypocrite! Oh yes, my favorite interactive documentary. Dark Souls. I'm a weird looking nervous system wearing flesh held up by bones. I do think that. You're not weird looking. For what it is. Weird looking for anything else. Does that make sense? Sometimes I look at dogs and I'm like, that's a freak because if it was a human. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's a really weird looking human. Do you guys ever do that? Like, you look at something that isn't human and you're like, that's a really weird looking human, and then from that perspective it looks like a fucking weirdo. You ever do that? No? I do that all the time. I do the same thing with feet. I look at feet as if they're weird hands. And then sometimes I look at hands as if they're weird feet. Like, imagine if your feet look like this. No? You should try it. It's fun. It's pretty fun. It's all about, like, it's all about reference point. You know, if you look at this and you think, oh, okay, this is a bowl. This is a weird-looking bowl. And then you can be like, huh, what a weird-looking bowl that is. I mean, that's not very interesting. But, like, as an example... Everything is reference point, and then you could look at the same thing and then change your reference point and be like, okay, imagine if this was a water bottle or something. Do you know what I mean? That is a weird looking bowl. Pure gets it. Thank you. Hey, welcome in. Welcome, exactly. That's why my friend is afraid of feet. He has like the opposite of a foot fetish because he thinks that feet are like hands and they're weird looking hands. And I've tried to say to him, but they're not hands. But he goes, what if they were, though? And that's why he doesn't like that. Which is so dumb, but I get it. I get him. I understand. Is this the Hululu or the Delulu friend? A bit of both. No, this is the Wheel of Samsara friend. This is the Wheel of Samsara friend that sees demons sometimes. Yeah, he doesn't like feet because they are weird hands. Tell me the number. Oh god, do I have to? $31. It's been a $33. It's been a particularly bad week. We were making progress. I've been busy. If you guys don't know what that game is, Pure and I have been playing that game for 3 years. Basically, we go to each other and we ask each other how many, like, cups, plates, bowls, takeaway boxes, pizza boxes, stuff, etc. are in your room currently. For the last, like, year, I've been in the single digits. Right now, it's 33. Sorry. But that's, like, counting up every single utensil as well. You know, like, I counted forks and spoons separately. 33 as well. 33 is a new life path. Hey, it's one of the good life paths. What was that? It was, like, a super builder or something? It means that I'm going to be really, really, really good at, like, building networks and cultures, it seems. I don't even know her anymore. What's your number, Pure? Chat, what's your number? Is it 0 for L? Good job. I don't think I've ever been 0. Not once. Not one time. You're at 17 right now. Hey, you're halfway to me. 11 is the best. It's more than a full dishwasher. How small is your dishwasher, asshole? 0. You're at 0 too? Guys. 1, 2, 3. All right. Congratulations. All right. Okay. Enough now. There's no need to brag. Whatever. All right. Oh, look at me. I don't have any dirty cups and plates and takeaway boxes in my bedroom. Oh. Also, this is my office, technically, kind of, and my bedroom. So you have to count up those two things together. Thank you. Why is it so bright in here? I actually don't know. Is it really bright in here today? Kind of like it. It's kind of cool. Doesn't it smell? No. Not really. It's like empty stuff. And I rinse everything in the sink. So there's no like food stuff. Does that make sense? I just haven't taken it down. Are there any things left in the kitchen? We must maintain the body physical for the architect's plans. Yes, sure. You rinse it in the sink and then put it back in the room? Yeah. Well, I have a bathroom right there. And I'm on the top floor of the house and the kitchen's on the bottom floor of the house. So I sort of like, once I'm done with something, I rinse it and then just like pop it on the shelf. And then I'm like, I'll take it down later. And then I don't. Does that make sense? Yeah. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't affect you. Is there dust gathering under them? No. Maybe. Leave me alone. Hi, Emily. What's up? How are you doing? Okay, last question. Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate you. Last question. Okay. Okay, what is it? Games when? Is it games when? Do things have spots? Spots? No. You mean like mold? No. Because that would be gross. That would be a wake-up call. That would be the moment when I do my annual take things downstairs trip. Like specific places. What do you mean, like spots? Do things have like, oh, like specific places? No. No. No, they kind of go on the floor. Anyway, guys, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I shouldn't have admitted to any of this. Hi Tutu, what's up? How are you doing? Hello. Am I bullying someone? Not currently, but I do feel better when I have someone to bully, usually. Currently I'm all out. All right. The floor is a specific spot, isn't it just? It's not as bad as it sounds, chat. Okay, let's go. So, that revelation just floored me. Nice. So, today we're talking about how to live forever. This is very much going to be a don't do as I say or as I do stream. A lot of this is going to be very, very weird advice that's talked to you about from billionaires. As you guys have probably seen, there's a dude called Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson is a 47-year-old, that's important, guy. Come with me. There he is. He looks good for 47, man, is what it is. Looks good. He likes olive oil. Yes, he does. He does shots of olive oil quite a lot. Like a lot of the time. This guy, yes. There's a dude called Brian Johnson. He is 47 years old, and he got famous a little bit. Well, he's a billionaire. He's not a billionaire. He's a multi-millionaire. He has 800 million. Or he sold his company for 800 million. But anyway, and then sort of just retired and does whatever he wants now, which is pretty, like, it's a bit of a GG situation, to be fair. He looks like he came from the Twilight movies. He really does. He really does. People call him a real-life vampire. That because he's trying to, his whole thing is wanting to never die, wanting to live forever. So he actually does. He's achieved this. He's got the physical strength and balance and flexibility and metabolic rate and all of that stuff of an 18-year-old, according to the maths that he's done in his home lab or something, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Of course, he doesn't look 18, but he doesn't really look 47 either. Well, he does. He looks like a very good 47. Hi, Adam. What's up? How are you doing? Yeah, so he's a kooky duck in that he basically his entire thing, everything he spends his money on, everything that he does, his preoccupation in life in the world is trying to do all of these things to increase his lifespan. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Of course, he's got his money and he's using it how he wants and he's happy. And so GG. It's a bit kooky though, which is pretty cool. Looks like a guy who closes the fridge door with a hip bump. Like, happy. I would agree, yeah. Only happy people do that. Jovial is the word I would use to describe people who hip bump doors closed. His purpose in life is to live longer, yes. Yeah. So that's basically what he does. And he got very, very famous because he started doing a plasma thing. So basically, he has a couple sons. I think 2, maybe 3. I don't know. He's got at least 2 sons because his second son volunteered, I guess, to let his dad take some blood plasma and put it into his body because apparently that's one of the very experimental methods that could, because they've seen it in mice but not in humans, very experimental, could reduce aging in humans as well. And then he says, yeah, but I paid it forward too, so I gave some of my blood plasma to my dad who's 70, and he took it from his son. They've stopped doing that now, though. This is the update. They've stopped doing that because there weren't any good results, really, and also it's a bit weird, and also I guess you don't want to feed off your children. It's a little bit weird, exactly. Hey, Castle, what's up? How are you doing? Sons, he's already achieved immortality. Aww, isn't that nice? You live on forever through your children. That's delightful. Look at you go. I'm good, Casson. Long time no see. Hi, Rubik's. I know, a little bit. This was, in my opinion, this was gross, but they've stopped doing that now. So GG. Paul, thanks for the bits. Where is she? She's coming. Wait for it.
Paul Fu says, hip bumps are necessary with your hands full. It has nothing to with... Wait, hold on. Are people hip bumping the fridge closed with nothing in their hands?
What's wrong with that? I also, even if I have nothing in my hands, I will also open drawers with my toes. I don't care, okay? It's fun. Listen. Any way that we can make life a little bit quirkier, I say let's do it. Any way. No exceptions. I do that too. Yeah, you little grabbers. Yeah, any way that you can do things weirdly, fucking do it, man. If it brings you joy, that's what it's all about. If you want to hip bump door fridges closed, you go to town. Why not? Sometimes I do a little spin and it gets caught up in the tailwind. Fuck you. Hear me out. Toes. Exactly, Adam. Exactly. That's exactly where I was going with that. Hi, Zach. What's up? Staring at this man's shirtless is fun and all. Are you a little bit offended by a little bit of shoulder? Is that what's happening? I open doors and pick up stuff with my feet all the time. Yeah, me too. Sometimes it's really fun, especially if like the handle is above my hip height. Like the door handle comes up to like my waist. Like that's where the handle, is it? Yeah, it's like just above my waist. And sometimes I try and like open it with my feet. Just for fun. Just to see if I can. Usually I can't. I fall over. But then you've also got the added rush of, oh my god, I might die. It's pretty cool. Slow me down. Call me a thrill seeker. Zach, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. My partner calls me a northern monkey for opening things with my toes as if they were fingers. A northern monkey? Like specifically, is that a slur? No. I thought, wait, are you English? That's not a slur. Like an actual monkey. I see. Okay. Yeah. Some people can do that. Some people's toes are like really separated. Mine aren't. That's oversharing now. But like some people have the abilities that their feet are basically like fingers and they can do whatever they want with it. It is a slur. Oh, it is a slur, but you're also Northern English. Okay, so it's a slur, but you're allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. My bad. Carry on. Northern supremacy. Shut the fuck up, Zavatron. No, I'll allow it. Literally every part of the UK can bully Southern England. You're allowed to. We deserve it. Carry on. I support you. I support you and I support this from the sidelines. We suck, basically. It's all our fault. It is. It's true. Tough for that. You're so welcome. Posh Perry making fun of the Northerners again. I am so tempted to show you that Catherine, whatever her name is, skit. But like 20% of you won't get it. The other 60% of you will get it but won't care or find it funny. And then the 20% of you who are English have already seen it. So there's no point me playing it. But what's her name? Catherine Heiberg. Catherine Zeta-Jones. Catherine... Oh my god, what? Tate! Catherine Tate. Yeah. I love her so much. She's so funny. She was in Doctor Who, if you don't know who I'm talking about. Ginger, older lady in Doctor Who. I say older than the previous sidekicks. Am I bothered? Yeah, her, exactly. That one. She's fantastic. I exercise barefoot a lot, so I have a fair bit of toe separation. How are you single? Wait, you're not single. I don't know. If you were single, how are you single? Imagine people want to live forever in this hell. I like the vibe of you. It feels like you're soaked in fire and brimstone currently, and I enjoy that. Not for you. I feel bad for you. I enjoy the I can feel the heat is what I'm saying. Welcome. Hi already. How are you doing? Perry had to say older than the other. Well, she's not old, is she, Catherine Tate? What do you mean? For people that want to look it up, Posh Family reacts to Northern Nanny. That's exactly the one I meant. Yeah, absolutely. It's so unbelievably funny. I'm not allowed to laugh at it, though. Because I'm Queens, London, if you can't tell. If you guys don't know the difference between these places, I'm Queens, London. I'm the worst. Everyone hates me. Okay? Everyone else speaks slightly differently and is slightly better in different ways. The more north you go, the more you're liked. Is that? Yes? Everyone on the same page? Why are we not seeing a clip of what? Of Catherine Tate? Because, as I said, 20% of you won't get it, 60% of you will get it but won't care, and 20% of you have already seen it a million times. Oh, you're part of the bourgeoisie. That's the one. Mrit, please. Mrit, thank you. Okay, so Brian Johnson. Let me just throw you in. Let me throw you in. Sorry, Cam. Bye, Cam. So, it was Eku, right? Eku, was it you that sent me this video? There is a video of a boy who went to go and interview. Did I click this? I didn't. Who went to go and interview Brian Johnson. And I didn't write it down because I was like, it was you. Yes. Here. To show you my love. So Magnus is a dude, is a YouTube boy. I don't know anything about Magnus really. He seems like he has cool content. This was really he seems nice. Anyway, but he went to go and interview what's his face. So here's him doing some of his crazy. Actually, I'll just show you the beginning so you get a vibe for this man. Here we go. Brian, let's go.
I'm a bit nervous.
This isn't Brian. This is Magnus.
This is a very big house. Here we go.
He's a famous climber. Oh.
Hey.
And here's Brian.
How's it going?
Welcome. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Come on in. I have a little gift for you.
Oh, wow. What
a
is that?
shot of extra virgin olive oil.
Extra
Cheers,
virgin.
man.
Just the way I like him. Sorry.
That's good.
Start off strong.
Yeah, exactly. Kicks, right?
Yeah, it kicks a bit. Wow, what are these? Is that your son or is that you?
This is. Yeah, this is my blood boy.
Your blood boy?
Blood
he's
boy,
now 19
his
years
second
old.
child.
His second child. He did the blood transfusions with me.
My blood
Okay, so she
boy!
gives
Put a
you-
1 in the chat if you have a blood boy. If you don't have a blood boy, who would your blood boy be? If you could pick any blood boy from all of the boys that you know, either IRL or like celebrities, who would you pick as your blood boy? The vibes are all off with this one. He's got like a lizard thing going on a little bit. There's there's nothing wrong with that. I do like it. he's got a lizard thing going on. You'd have Henry Cavill as your blood boy. I see that actually. Timothy Chalamet would make such a good blood boy. He's already got the aesthetic. In the best way. I mean that in the best way. Timothy Chalamet can get it, is what it is. Cab, hi, thanks for the follow. Oh. Perry's the type, lizard-like people, Mark Zuckerberg, this Brian fella. Shut up! You don't know. You don't know me. Wait, I've been trying to post an Instagram live notification for like the last 7 minutes. 7? Hour! For the last hour, I've been trying to do this. Okay, but I need to screenshot. Oh no, I can post it. I forgot. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm new to streaming. I'm a new streamer. I'm a baby streamer. This is it's not my fault. Okay. Twitch.tv/me. Amazing. Save it. Send it. My passport's in it, but that's alright. It's not open, so it's fine. I was human. Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, part of me melted when he said that. I have a type. I don't know. I don't get it either. Okay, shut up. I like a lizard. What can I say? Timothée Chalamet is a very good pick. It's like, in terms of vibe, it's an insanely good pick for a blood boy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry, it's my first day. It's my bad. Corona! I'm not gonna call you Ace anymore. Why do I do this? Corona, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. I really, really, really do. And now I can upload what for another one to the Twitch as well. This is a new part of my schedule, of my routine. I'm not comfortable with it yet. And I have to delete the earlier one, right? Did I delete all of them just now? I deleted all of... No, we're good. Okay, cool. Sorry. I'm new to social media. Timothée Chalamet looks too clean genetically. What does that mean? What? Aaron, what do you mean? It's like reverse eugenics. What are you talking about? He looks too genetically clean. But that's why you'd want him as a blood boy. Can't imagine having a war or anything like that. He's too perfect. I don't know about that. Also, that would make a perfect blood boy, no? Okay, should I stop saying the word blood boy? Hey, I didn't say the word blood boy. Lizard boy over here said the word blood boy. It's not my fault. Okay, let's go.
Blood.
That's right. So he gave me his plasma, and then I gave my dad my plasma.
Oh, wow.
This guy does not look
How did that
47.
feel to get, like, the young
To be
blood,
honest.
you know?
When you look at his...
Does he?
my
If
son
you said,
Talmadge,
if you guess his
biological
age,
mind
I would guess like
were
32.
roughly comparable. For my father, who's 71, his speed of aging reduced by 25 years. So he was aging at the rate of a 71-year-old, and it lowered to a 46-year-old.
You would not say 47. Yeah, 35 max, exactly.
And this is...
We don't know how much
what
of that
is
is
this
genetics.
exactly?
This is basically the result of the past few years. If you were basically with me
Although,
all day
to be
long,
fair, in
this is
certain
what you would
lying, maybe
consume
you
with me.
can...
And so the first
Doesn't
thing I
really
do in
matter.
the morning is I consume longevity mix. Before I was taking...
So you get a vibe for him, yeah? You get a vibe. He's a little uncanny valley. My boy's a little bit waxy, but you know what? He looks good. He looks very good. And that's kind of, I don't know if that's the point. The point is to be healthy, like an 18-year-old, I suppose. And he's achieved a lot of that. And he's happy. You know what? He's happy. So I looked into a little bit of the background of Brian Johnson. I have no qualms with Brian Johnson. This isn't a bullying Brian Johnson stream. This is just like a talk about... We're going to bully some people, don't worry. But we're not going to bully Brian Johnson. But he used to, like, drink... And I think he smoked or something. He was super depressed. He did not look after himself at all. And he just had, like, the worst time of it. And then he had a bit of a wake-up call. Don't know specifically what. But then he was like, right, I'm gonna get my act together. And then he kind of went off the other way. So a lot of things are a pendulum swing. I would say I actually got this from Bo Burnham, but still. Yeah, Freddie, I think he overcorrected. I would agree with you. Caribou, welcome in. Is Blood Boy someone who you'd have an appointment with to take blood plasma? Or are you talking like a lifeless body you keep in your basement and you go, here's my bike, wine, Blood Boy? I love the way you say that as if that's, you know, something that people have. Welcome in, Mel Knox. Oh, yes. Here's my bike. My wine. Fridge. Cooler. Blood Boy. You know how it is. No, you have to keep him alive. It's for transfusions. A Blood Boy is for transfusions. You keep him alive and every now and then you're just like, you know. And the good thing about choosing Timothée Chalamet is you can, like, chain him up and have him in your basement as well. So you just got on-hand Timothée Chalamet. It's giving Twilight. It really is. I know, right? Who's a basement nowadays? A basement in this economy, please. I'm pretty sure the concept of a blood boy was common in the 17th century in Transylvania. Hi, Jesus, what's up? You've kidnapped Timothy? If only. I'm joking. Please, no one kidnap. If I hear after the stream someone's gone and kidnapped Timothy Chalamet, I'm going to feel very guilty. My bad, Tim. Tim is also tiny, so he won't take up much space under the stairs. Yeah, like Harry Potter. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Brian, I don't know. See, there could be some horrors that I just haven't found out about. But it feels like Brian's just kind of a kooky dude who may be overcorrected. We're going to talk about that a little bit. And now is kind of obsessed with health. Now, people say that Brian Johnson is not like a good impact on the internet because a lot of the stuff that he's doing is experimental. Some of it could actually be harmful, or it's just like this kind of obsessive thing can consume your entire life. For Brian, doesn't seem like it's a problem because he enjoys doing it and he's way happier than he was before. GG, like carry on, you know, do whatever you want. But if it's like an encouragement for other people, that could be problematic because it can take over other people's life and people can get obsessed with it. That's the criticisms of him, but I haven't found anything else. You know, he does have these like huge beliefs and claims. He thinks that we could potentially eradicate aging at all as a process and become immortal in the future with like technology and research and stuff, which is kind of like a huge thing to say. But again, none of this is, I don't think he's done anything wrong in my opinion. But my opinion in terms of his morality is not very well researched here. So ignore me. Kiko, Malnox, and Clue, thank you guys for the follows. You get weird vibes. Do you know what? I might just be ignoring the weird vibes because I'm going to finish that sentence. You know where I'm going with that. I like it. Anyway, here's a hyperbaric chamber.
So high tech.
So this is a hyperbaric oxygen therapy chamber.
Yeah,
And,
being weird is not a
the way we read
crime.
about the science
Exactly.
is we looked through all the scientific literature on the therapies that had the very best effect. You know, like something that would increase lifespan by 30%. And so hyperbaric oxygen therapy,
That's
it
cool.
doesn't have the kind of evidence that just says like it's a slam dunk, it works, it's guaranteed. It has.
And this is actually what I like about Brian Johnson compared to the other dude who does stuff like this. Brian is like, oh no, this is not, there's no evidence for this. Brian is just straight up, there's no evidence for this, but like maybe. So I'm gonna do it anyway. Go off, King.
Interesting evidence.
So what do? You close this door?
It's
and
self-aware
then
Delulu,
you add
exactly.
pressure?
Yeah, exactly. Do you want to fill it?
Yeah, sure. How much pressure are we talking? Is it gonna hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. No.
It's like, let me out.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
The sound it makes. I don't know if you guys heard that, but when you turn it on, it was like a sonic sound.
What you'll see on the screen is you're going to see a line that shows increased pressurization.
Are you sure this is gonna hurt?
So
Your pain tolerance is pretty high.
you want
You wanna do thanks for the sub?
Release with the nose, like breathe through your nose. Yeah, like open your but it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Nah, it's really gonna hurt. Okay, here we go.
So this is weird, yeah? You want to try that? Me too. For the experience. For the plot, as my sister says. Okay, so I've recently, side note, tangent. I've recently discovered the phrase "for the plot," and it's become my favorite phrase. The context of this is I was talking to my sister downstairs, and she matched on Hinge, I think on Hinge, with KSI's little brother. This stuff keeps happening to her. Deji, I think so. This stuff keeps happening to her. Like, this sort of thing is, like, very on par. I wasn't even surprised. I was like, yeah, that seems like something that would happen to her. Now, she's not really interested. But she said, I'm gonna go out with him for the plot. This phrase is now my favorite phrase, and I think it's how I'm gonna live my life, for the plot, doing things for the storyline. It's everything to me, for the plot. Like,
I'm gonna go out with him for the plot. And I was like, okay. And then my question to her was, when does the plot end though? Like, you're gonna marry him for the plot too? Well, to what extent? How far do we take the plot? You know? And she was like, I don't know, I haven't decided. For the plot. It's just the best thing. It's just the best thing in the world. Exactly. It's gonna be really good. Only till the climax. Oi. Let's go. So I want to do this for the plot.
He seems fine. He seems fine.
There you go.
There we go. What is this, all this fog or whatever it is?
The change of atmosphere.
What is it?
Yeah.
I thought you was hallucinating for a second there. I was like, oh, buddy, because I didn't see any fog. But there was. We may not have seen it, but there was. Right, what does the hyperbaric chamber actually do? Does anyone know? Or what is it supposed to do? It simulates the effects of high altitude, so it just depressurizes it. Hence why your ears pop and stuff. And it's used to diagnose things. So if your body is weird when you're at high altitudes, they can be like, this might mean this, blah, blah, blah. So it's about, like, in medicine, it's about testing for various stuff. Professional athletes use it. That makes sense. Yeah. Scuba diving, too. That makes sense. Absolutely. The meter on the top was how many... It was the pressure. Kilopascals. Was that kPa? I'm not a physicist. So it's the pressure going up and then coming back down. Up to 9, I think. Scuba diving accidents, they use the hyperbaric chamber. Tell me more. They use them on oil rigs to bring divers up quickly. Oh, I see. So they put them in the chamber underwater. And so they can bring them up really, really quickly so that the pressure change doesn't fuck with them or melt their brains. That makes sense. Have you seen blobfish? You know, blobfish don't actually look like that. Blobfish are just like normal fish. Blobfish are just like normal. I mean, they're pretty freaky, ugly fish. But in the water, they're just like normal fish. It's pulling them up from deep sea really quickly that makes them look like that. And if you guys probably already knew this, but if you didn't know that, that's what it is. And so I imagine it makes sense you would use a hyperbaric chamber to keep the pressure the same so that doesn't happen to a human. Oh no. So kawaii, isn't it just? Ty Boner Chiropractor. Boner Chiropractor! So every time you're here, I can't. So good. Such a good username. Hello. Oh, it's for decompression sickness, which is different to that. Interesting. Kawaii, doesn't it? Isn't it just? Hyperbolic time chamber. Yay! Exactly. So, there she is. There she blows. Brian Johnson. Now, what are some other things he does? What does Brian Johnson do? Brian Johnson, he does shots of olive oil, as you saw. He takes 100 pills a day-ish for his deficiencies, plus boosters and all this other stuff. Because he says that no diet is going to be completely healthy and give you everything you need because it's impossible. So if you take all of the right combination of pills, we're going to come back to this. The right combination of pills, then you can live forever. Maybe not live forever, but it's like better for your health or whatever. He eats super healthy food. He calls it super veggie diets, plus like puddings and stuff. Specifically, he makes like puddings out of nuts and stuff. He's going the distance. I can go the distance. Something. He also eats specific calories, 1977 a day. Maybe not always 1977, but he says that's average. But he eats just under 2,000 calories every single day, on purpose, because that's one of the big like how to expand your lifespan things. It's about like limiting how many calories you eat to slow down your metabolic processes. It's all very, very weird and like kind of wishy-washy science, but still. He eats everything before 11 a.m. So it's like insane intermittent fasting, which is another thing
same thing for your metabolic processes. He does an hour of exercise every single morning, strength, cardio, balance, flexibility, and that's how he's managed to get his like oxygen and breathing and blah 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 blah, blah down to he basically has the physical fitness of an 18-year-old is what the doctors say. I'm not ugly, I was just taken out of order too fast is my sentence now. I love that so much. When would you use that? Do you get called ugly a lot? That's upsetting. Like if you're at a bar and someone that you're chirping comes up to you and is like, no thanks, ew. You can be like, no. I was just taken out of order too fast. Anyway. How does he have all the time to do this? Well, he's unemployed because he's made a company that was almost like worth $1 billion. He sold it for almost $1 billion, and now he's just living large. So, hi Trauma, what's up? How are you doing? He doesn't have a job. This is his job. He's rich as hell. Add that one to my cope list. How long is your cope list now? And then she falls in love with you because who doesn't love an exiled merman? Exactly. Exactly, you're wounded. You've got the backstory. You're a wounded merman who's been exiled from his home. And that's why you look like that. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. He's doing side quests after finishing that campaign, literally. The key to immortality is just be rich. I mean, that has always been the case. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Wait, are you just realizing this now? I'm so sorry. I remember when it settled in that I'm gonna die. Around the age of 20, 21, it finally actually settled in properly that death is inevitable. Well, not if you have enough vitamins, but if death was inevitable and it actually sunk in properly for the first time, that was a lot. I wonder if this is another one of them things. I'm wondering how many blood boys Trump has. They probably have different purposes, though, to this. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to answer... I forgot I'm not supposed to answer comments like that. Damn it. My bad. I let myself loose. I haven't medicated. Let's go. Wait, I did. Did I? Was anyone paying attention? Oh shit, I don't know. I don't know. Take it again. No, I could die. Banana, thanks for the follow. Blonge and Puppa, thanks for the follow as well. Take 5 of them just to be sure. Are you like actually trying to do a murder? A double dose. I did. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right. Unhinged stream incoming. I did. Amazing. Yeah, so he does all this hyperbaric chamber things as well. And then he goes to sleep at 8:30 every single night. He sleeps alone. He monitors his sleep, what for things like nighttime erections, as a signal of health, specifically. And I guess he watches it back. I don't know. And he's basically just testing himself constantly. He does a bunch of stuff with light as well. Here's his stuff with light. He avoids the sun, too.
So this is very different from a tanning bed, I guess, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this helps on like mitochondrial health, healing,
The powerhouse of the cell.
blood flow. Even people use it for mood, like they do it for depression.
Cesarian, thanks for the
And now
follow.
it's up to 38.
So but you're not going to get sunburned from this at all? Or?
No,
Oh, that's interesting.
because body. You look like. Have you seen the Terminator movie with?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's what this image looks like of you right now.
Oh, nice.
Are you sure he's not just a vampire? I just feel like a vampire
Not
wouldn't
much
go
at
through
all,
all these
not much.
measures, you know?
I'm very mindful
They'd just be
of sun
living.
exposure. I take so much shit on the sun. So sun is good for you. It has many positive things like mood and circadian rhythm and vitamin D. People love it.
We love
makes
some
you feel
vitamin
good.
D.
Yes, I agree.
Maybe it's a
Also,
cover
the
story for
sun
being a
is not
vampire.
free. It comes
Maybe.
at a cost. And so when you're in the sun, you are incurring damage to the skin.
No.
And that is in the damage in the form of reduced elastin and collagen, discolorization,
Ah,
like you're just
I
doing
knew
skin
it.
damage.
What do you think is the biggest mistake people do? Like if there's one thing that people should change? Because I think for a lot of people this is kind of overwhelming. But if there's like one thing they could.
What's
take away
one thing
from
we
this,
should do to
what
live
would that
forever?
be?
Tell us.
Prioritizing sleep, exercise every day, a certain diet.
He said
being
one.
mindful of the sun,
He
being
said
mindful of
one,
toxins,
Brian.
Doing therapies that have good
He
evidence
said one.
behind them, like we're doing today.
God damn
Before
it.
coming here, I looked this up.
God
but,
damn it,
the
that's more than
oldest person to
one.
have ever lived, she was 122 years old from France. Do you think that you're gonna beat that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope
Yeah,
he
I
does,
think
man.
that,
Otherwise, what a
if that's
waste.
entirely a genetic lottery. That person likely did nothing. If anything, they were actually usually they're like debaucherous in some way, like when they're drinking whiskey every day or smoking a cigarette. I think it's really genetically they're fortunate.
Do you guys think you're genetically fortunate? What's the living age of your family? I'm sorry, you don't need to answer that. You don't need to answer that. Yeah, I don't know, man. See, I think I am genetically fortunate. Like, my parents and my aunts and all of those people, they look good. They look real good for their age. Like, my dad has not aged even slightly. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure I'm way more stressed out than they ever were. Did I say I was good at stress? You know how much I lie, right? Are you realizing that? I'm coping 24/7. I feel like an hour ago I said that I'm not stressed out about anything. No, I'm critically stressed all the time, even when there's nothing going on. And the thing is that my parents got their first grey hair when they were like 40. I was there. I remember being there when they got their first grey hair. I got my first grey hair like 6 months ago. Because I'm stressed out and traumatized, man. God damn it. God damn it. Did you point and laugh? I did though, actually. I think so, yeah. I'm going grey first as the youngest child. God damn it, Ned. God, I'm so sorry. Listen. I think it's all Jova for me, is what it is. It's done. I have like an age. I think I'm gonna die when I'm like 45. So long as I don't get hit by a bus or something. I think that's what it is. I'm speedrunning. I got my first grey hair in my really early 20s, like 22. And what happened, Grace? What happened? Did you get more? What? How did this progress? Tell me! They're probably dead now. Wow, grace beyond the grave. You got a white hair when you were 12. Jesus Christ, are you okay? What happened? Oh dear, oh dear. I have several more than I did, but it's still mostly really dark right now. Okay, so we're slowly progressing. That's all right, that's all right. All right. You started balding at 18. Yikes, sorry, Beowulf. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What if you just have grey hair genes? But I don't. Oh, do you mean one in general? Interesting. Can't go grey if you lose all your hair. Hacks. Exactly. That's what it is. Interesting. So Brian's kind of a cool. Is he? He's kind of. I don't really know anything about Brian. He's kind of cool. He says in an interview. This is what made me think he was kind of cool. In an interview, they asked him, if you were going to die, how would you want to die? His whole motto is, I'm never gonna die, which I think he knows isn't true. But still, he goes, if you are gonna die, how would you want to die? How would you want to go? And he said, and everyone was expecting him to say something like, when I'm like 150 years old, quietly, having done everything right, something like that. But you know what he said? He said, I hope it's something funny for the people following me. Like getting hit by a bus or something. I hope I get hit by a bus, because that would be funny, considering all the work he puts in. That's what he said! That's what makes me think he's kind of cool. It would be funny. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, a man is dead, but like, as funny as death could be, considering all the work he puts in, you know? If he gets hit by a bus in the end, that's what he said. Yeah, I don't...
At least he's self-aware. Oh, good gosh. Let me tell you someone who also did the blood plasma thing. And now Brian doesn't do the blood plasma thing anymore. Okay? He doesn't. But there is a guy oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot that was that. There is a guy called Richard Thiel. What's his name? Totally forgot again. David Thiel. Chris Thiel. Mark. Kyle. Peter. Thank you. Peter Thiel is the person we did a stream on before. Peter Thiel blood. And he does the blood transfusion thing, I think. He's not harvesting the blood of the young. Oh, he's looking to harvest the blood of the young. Am I thinking of someone else now? He's very, very interested in young people's blood. I'm sorry, these titles are killing me. Yeah, so I had the Peter Thiel, who is a Silicon Valley dickhead. Is that fair to say? I don't really know anything about him. He's the CEO of PayPal, I imagine. Fuck off. Cool. Yeah, and he's basically someone who wants to do the whole blood plasma transfusion. Now, whether or not he's actually done it, I don't know. But this is the only way I know Peter Thiel. I didn't know anyone. I had no idea. I ran down the line when he's old, his son comes back and does the long live the king, then toss him into a stampede. That's how you want to go? What are you saying to me? You can insult this man every time I feel good about it. Okay, cool. I'm going to take that at face value. So apparently he's not harvesting the blood of the young, but he's looking to harvest the blood of the young, which is very, very interesting. And we did a stream on this concept ages ago, so I don't really remember anything about it. But basically what blood transfusion is supposed to be and why billionaires are like trying to get young people's blood up in their bodies and stuff. Basically, there was a study with mice. And if you took the younger mice's blood and you put that in... I feel like it's okay being mean about him. Okay, cool. That clears my conscience. Well, what did I say? You were right. But basically there was a study with mice, and if you take the blood of the young mouse and you put it in the blood of the older mouse, then the older mouse ages less and lives longer. Now, there's no evidence that this works for humans at all, but they gave it a go. You know, I guess at least Brian Johnson gave it a go and took it from his son or something. But Brian Johnson stopped doing that because he didn't find any, like, significant results. But Thiel is someone who originally came out and said he wanted to do this and, like, was setting up all these things to do it, which is very, very, very interesting. Peter Thiel is very, very interested in young people's blood. And then they put this image. If there's one thing that really excites Thiel, it's the prospect of having younger people's blood transfused into his own veins. And it's called parabiosis, is what it is. I killed my son to get his blood. It works. Wasn't there a rumor that one of the English queens killed, like, virgins and bathed in their blood? Or was it milk? Was it the milk of virgins? How does that work? You can't have virgin milk. I don't know. Was it Elizabeth? It was blood. Was it, like, pig's blood or something? Was it Pharaoh? Yeah, you can't have milk of virgins. Maybe you can. I don't know. I'm not a biologist. It was Bath. It was a Bathory. There was someone. Maybe it wasn't a British queen. It was a Romanian queen. It was a pharaoh. It was someone. They bathed in virgin's blood for their skin or whatever. I mean, I feel like they did it wrong. The vibe was right, you know, but they did it wrong. They should have been injecting the blood. But I guess they didn't have needles back then. Cleopatra was milk. Someone from Hungary or Romania or something was virgin blood. Okay, interesting. Ew, Peter Thiel, I know. It was likely that Bathory was the subject of propaganda and she didn't actually bathe in blood. See, that would make more sense, actually, because how would you get away with blood of virgins? I feel like people would object to this. you know. Anyway, vampire stream. That's why we looked at Peter Thiel and why we didn't really talk about it that much or investigate too much, because it was the vampire stream, because it was Halloween, and we were like, vampire stream. And then I talked about fun sponges, because they're the ultimate energy vampire, as Olivia Rodrigo says, you know. Hi, and Cesarian, thank you guys for the follows, I really appreciate that. Yeah, leaving the virgins alone is probably usually a good philosophy for everyone, especially people of our age. Just leave the virgins alone. Not that being a virgin is a bad thing. In general, back away from the virgin. Isn't it in the olden days then, if people tried to cancel you, just shoot them? No? But that's why they're virgins. People tend to leave them alone. Oh, true. True. Don't leave me alone. What the fuck? Sorry, Ash. I'm sorry, Ash. You're right. You're right. Oh, that's... Peter Thiel sounds awfully close to a different word. I don't know what you mean, Vibrance. Peter Thiel is like a very common... a very normal name, no? A very normal name. All right, let's hit you with some biology. Now, Ashton, thanks for the follow. We're going to do a whole bunch of psychology and neuroscience about death today. It's the death stream. Did you know that? Yay! It's the death stream. Teehee. Now, it was going to be the necrophilia stream today. It was. I was this close from doing another necrophilia stream. Cleedum talked me down. I was like on the ledge. And Cleedum... he did some hostage negotiation. He did some, whatever it's called. He talked me down from the ledge. It was very close to doing a necrophilia stream. He said, why not just do a stream about, like, grieving processes instead? Which I think is sadder and more lame. But he's right. It's actually very, very interesting. There's lots of neuroscience that go into here and like all the 5 stages of grief. And I'm going to talk about the validity of that and how it actually applies to people, blah, 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 and what's happening, what in your brain, etc., etc., etc. Telomeres. That's more biology. I'm not a biologist. But before we do that, it's going to be the How to Live Forever stream so that you never actually have to deal with grieving. Does that make sense? Some people are dying for another necrophilia stream. Nice. Necrophilia is a stiff subject. See, this is what I mean. If we did a necrophilia stream, we could do these puns all day. It would be so good. But, the necrophilia stream was the first of my streams that my dad watched. And this was a while ago, and it's while I still did true crime, so it was graphic. I don't do true crime anymore because I've evolved as a human being, but it was graphic. And it was the first stream that my dad ever watched, and he texted me afterwards and he was like, okay, I support you. Is the VOD still up? Absolutely not. I think I unpublished it the minute it was over. The VOD did not stay up at any point, but then a week afterwards I did a cannibalism stream, which was arguably worse. No, the necrophilia stream was worse. Remember that dude with his mum? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's, ooh. It's bad. Juan, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's not repeat the necrophilia. It would be a bad idea, wouldn't it? It would be a bad idea. This is why Cleedum talked me down. Can we all say thank you, Cleedum? Thank you. I support you, Han. Oh, by the way, I booked you a therapy session on Thursday. Oh, if only. If only my parents at any point gave me therapy. Well, I wouldn't be as funny as I am, and we wouldn't be here today, so thank you, parents. Thank you, parents, for leaving me traumatized my entire life, because now I'm hilarious. Please don't remind us of freezer, Mum. I wasn't gonna remind, he never put her in the freezer. It would have been better, probably, if he did. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not talking about it. Anyway. Ew, spoils for Cleedum. Yeah, maybe that was a different dude. Maybe was that the cannibalism stream? Enough. Right, so here's some biology for you. Now, this is going to be about 20% accurate. You're so right, Sasha. I'm stopping. Thank you. Moving on. This is going to be about 20% accurate because I'm not a biologist. Neuroscience isn't even my area. All right. Perception is my area, and this isn't a perception stream. So the biology, certainly not my area. I'm going to be fast and loosey-goosey with this. If anyone knows any better, please correct me and I'll make amendments as we go. But here's my understanding. Blooby Blob, thanks for the follow. Here's my understanding of the main theories of what causes aging. We will badly correct you. Okay. Eventually, if I'm 20% accurate and you're 20% accurate but slightly different, eventually, if we combine 20%, eventually we'll tend towards one. Or maybe we'll just get more and more confused. I don't know. We'll have to try it. Okay. So, telomeres is number one. A telomere are like the caps on cells, like at the end of a shoelace, right? The telomeres. We're crowdsourcing our accuracy. There are the caps on the cells, right? And then every time your cell divides, the telomere gets shorter and shorter and shorter and like less good. And then your cell, the theory is that your cell can only divide so many times until the telomere fucks off and dies and stops working. And that's called the Hayflick limit. So the Hayflick limit is how many times a cell can divide before the telomere fucks off. And then when the telomere fucks off, your cells like die, I guess. Or they just do bad. Tell them what? Nice. So that's one thing that ages you, I suppose. Thank you, Blueby. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's so nice. Yes, that's one. Two is that you damage yourself. And that just accumulates very vaguely. Number three. You can alter the way your genes are expressed with time, what from the damage. And that can cause changes in DNA and stuff. Again, very super vaguely. So like sun damage, I guess. Number 4. When your mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, does stuff, it creates these byproducts which aren't useful, and then the byproducts accumulate and then like poison stuff. Maybe poison is the wrong word. Telomere is the caps on the DNA, not the cells. Oh, all right. Cool. Good. This is good crowdsourcing. Keep going. Is that the French way of saying I did it genuinely then. I wasn't in control of that one. Damage. Oui. Toxicity? I suppose so. I suppose so. Okay, number 5. When you metabolize stuff. Okay. When you metabolize stuff, then you get oxidative damage that then accumulates. So I guess that's why you want to reduce your like caloric intake, and you want to slow down your metabolism and do cryotherapy and all of this stuff, so that you don't, or you slow down the rate of damage. Hi, no, what's up? Aren't the byproducts ROS reactive oxygen species of the mitochondria processes? Probably. Sounds like it. That's pretty good. Yeah, if we burn very, very, very slowly, then we slow down that, which reduces the damage. Or the rate of accumulating damage. Pretty cool. And then this kind of links to the whole telomere business. So this is number 6. The senescent. Senescent. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Senescent cells, which is very fun to say if that is how you pronounce it. Senescent. Pronunciation. Senescent.
Senescent.
Senescent. Senescent.
Senescent.
Senescent. Okay, cool. All right. Senescent cells are basically when they don't divide anymore, or they don't divide as good or as much, and then they release like inflammatory signals, which causes dysfunction in your tissues, and also age-related diseases. Again, very vaguely speaking. And then finally, your immune system just gets shit, basically. Immune system just gets worse. So those are all the like main theories and main things that underpin all the stuff that he's doing. Now, obviously, it's way more complicated than this. There's probably like a bunch more, and I've been about 20% accurate with this information. But this is just some background to help us understand why he does this, basically. But why does our immune system get worse? I don't fucking know. Google it. I don't know. I'm not a biologist. They just need a walker. Senescent cells aren't necessarily dead cells. Are they just like bad? They're just not very good. They just don't do much. It's called apoptosis. When our body clears senescent cells through a process known as autophagy, our body basically bullies them in order to commit Sudoku, and then they're used for energy, which is called apoptosis. Interesting. Clean cell death. That's so interesting. Okay, cool. What I'm realizing is I need to learn a little bit more about this, I suppose. But those are basically the main theories that underpins exactly why he does all of this stuff. And the main thing that he does, very strangely, is all of the pill business. So he takes a lot of pills. And this is something we're going to come back to too, because there's a bunch of people on the internet that say vitamins are all you need. If you get the correct amount of vitamins, you can live forever. And they are silly.
This is what you would consume.
He's not saying that, though.
So the first thing I do in the morning is I consume longevity mix. Before I was taking 100 plus pills per day. And then we reduced many of those and put them into this drink.
So it's not that he's not taking 100 plus pills a day. It's just he's not literally swallowing 100 anymore. He's put them in a Kool-Aid situation.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it tastes good. And what about all the pills and stuff that you have?
No diet in the world can actually achieve perfect nutrition. You can't be vegan and take care of everything. You can't be carnivore and take care of everything.
Yeah.
Everything has deficiencies. And so the pills basically solve for deficiencies in diet and then also the extra boosters that we have for longevity science.
If you could just take one pill, because I think for many people this is...
According to my therapist, your immune system just reprograms itself, which is a very scientific explanation coming from a specialist to a patient. That's even more vague than what I said, Benjamin. That's even more vague.
A lot to take all these pills.
Yeah.
But if you had to choose one, what would you choose?
The one you're deficient in.
Okay.
Do you guys know what
And
you're
that
deficient
you
in?
have to test.
Exactly.
You have to test for it. What do you guys think you have a deficiency in? Because apparently we're all deficient in something, and that's fun. It's like the new star signs, I imagine. Vitamin D, self-confidence. I don't know if there's a pill for that. There's not a pill that's legal for that. I'm deficient in love. Have you tried MDMA? I'm not recommending that. Stay safe out there. That was a joke. Awareness. Guys, vitamins. Vitamins. Most Brits are vitamin D deficient. I have fuck tons of vitamin D pills, but I don't actually take them. But it just makes me feel better knowing they're there. Do you know what I mean? Like, similarly, I'll bring noise-cancelling earbuds with me everywhere. Not that I put them in, but it's just nice to have the option of drowning people out. Does that make sense? Anyway. Confidence comes in powder, not from pills. Stop it! Stop it. Vitamin Riz. Kleist is very Rizzy, actually, in his own way. It's a quiet Riz, but it's a Riz nonetheless. Yeah. You leave a good impression. Anyway. I like drowning people. What the fuck? Wait, what? Do you know what I should do? I should turn chat off. Okay. I should just turn you off. I should just minimize tap and just give the stream and not talk to you. is what I should do. I never learned this. I never learned that that's probably the right answer. Yeah, but chat's where the fun is, and the drowning, apparently. Yes, the drowning people vitamin. This is all I have. It's against the Geneva Convention to turn off chat. I'm sorry. That would be lame. You're right. That would be lame. It would be. Yes. Then we would be sad. Aw. Therapy. For whoever it was that said you like drowning people. Who was that? We should put them on the list. Who was Autoquark? There it is. Okay. You need to go on a list, my friend. All right. Should we go through Brian Johnson's Twitter? I think we should. I think it's time to do this. Okay, so Brian Johnson, he posts a lot about health. His little byline is "Don't die." I don't think he means that literally. But he's pursuing something. He's got a vibe. He's got a brand, and he follows it. I appreciate someone with a strong brand. I don't really care what the brand is, so long as it's strong and consistent. You know, I really do. Like, there's a part of me that respects the wedgie dude, the guy that comes in and just talks about wedgies and nothing else randomly. There's a part of me that really respects that. It's a brand, and I appreciate it. Existence is the highest virtue. Death is our only foe. We are Earth and AI. There he is. What was his brand before he was rich? That's a good question. Is this the dude who gets routine blood transfusions from his 20-year-old son? Not anymore. But yes. Not anymore. So I think he's like younger than that. But yeah, anyway. So posture, he's recently, and he's pinned this. He's recently improved his posture, which was killing his brain, allegedly. So I'm happy for Brian. Go Brian. I spent $50,000 last month alone testing foods for heavy metals, toxins, and nutritional density, and can confirm what that person is saying. The American food supply is egregiously unhealthy. That's what we've been saying! That's what we've been saying, and that's why we're so fucking annoyed that we keep, like, reducing our food quality standards so that we can import more from the US. Okay? That's what we've been saying. We have to import foods from the US, we have to reduce and undercut our food quality standards. There's stuff we have in the UK that's banned in Sweden. This is what I've been saying. But, anywho. Remember to save your praise. Oh, he makes t-shirts. He makes t-shirts that say "Don't die" on them. Wait, hold on. Does he have a gift shop? I would love to buy. He has a website. I would love to buy stuff from his gift shop. Blueprint Intervention. So he has a brand. Oh, he sells his longevity mix, which is a combination of a bunch of pills that he started taking. Instead of taking 100 pills, you can just drink this Kool-Aid. And it's blood orange flavor, which is a bit on the nose, I think. It's a little bit on the nose. He sells supplements. There's the son, by the way. There's the son. He's adopted a lot of stuff. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I don't know. I think it's just vitamins. Usually I'm very suspicious of anyone who sells supplements because usually it's a pyramid scheme, but I'm not sure this is a pyramid scheme.
When I say that I've never been happier in my entire life, I sincerely mean it. I'm not trying to cover up. I'm not being dishonest. Like, I have been in some really bad spots in my life, and I don't think life has ever been better. That is not to say
I believe
don't
him.
struggle on a day-to-day basis with a variety of things like all of us do. It is to say that I've never wanted life as badly as I do now. As a kid, you just don't appreciate the situation. You're a kid. As you become an adult, it's this process of realizing how hard it is to navigate life on a regular basis. And over time, you kind of get beat down. And so typically, someone like myself, who's 46, I would probably be pretty beat down. I might be jaded a little bit on this and that, but I feel like it's really gone the other
He's
direction
shirtless again.
where
He's always
I have
shirtless.
this
But then
dry
again,
appreciation
if you had a body
for
like that, you
existence
might be
in
shirtless all the
life.
time too.
When I
Yeah, he's 47 now. 47. Blueprint protocol after
One day,
something
I got a
days,
call
30
from
days.
Brian, and he asked me the question that changed everything. Would I be interested in trying the Blueprint protocol and becoming the second person to fully commit to doing his intense anti-aging lifestyle? Here's what my 30-day Blueprint trial would look like. Sleep. My goal is to get 100% sleep score every night. Nutrition.
score.
I'll
We
be
should come back
eating
to
the
that.
same food every day. 1,700 calories of Brian's Blueprint food. Nothing added and nothing missed. Supplements. I'll be having over 60 pills every day. Exercise. Every day I'll be doing 13 minutes of high intensity and 39 minutes of moderate strength training and flexibility training.
That's a long
I'll be looking
workout.
to maintain weight so that I'm not changing too much for my body in 30 days. One day I got a call from
for the plot. Yeah, sleep score. Sleep score is something I hear about a lot. Now, I don't know if that's something Brian came up with or if it's just something that they do. Sleep score. What is a sleep? There's a sleep score app. I don't know if that's exactly what they're talking about, but it's out of 100, and it's to do with how long it takes you to fall asleep, your sleep duration, etc. Get your score. What does it mean? What is your score based on? What is sleep score based on? Sleep duration, sleep quality. So stages, stress, interruptions, restlessness, erections in terms of for Brian, heart rate, etc., for various nervous systems. Cool. My sleep score is very poor, although I do tend to I don't wake up. I sleep like a dead person. You're way too trusting of Google AI. The word you're looking for is lazy. Just have to raise your score in order to get better sleep, like increasing waves in your brain to be productive. Exactly, Shipmaster. So this is how it works, right? From the previous stream, this is how it works. Actually, I want to keep that for now. This is how it works, right? In order to get better sleep, what you need to do is improve your sleep score by getting better sleep. You improve your sleep score by getting better sleep, and you get better sleep by improving your sleep score. Now I'm sure there's actually various stuff that you can do to improve your sleep, and it's not actually like that. But the reason we're saying this is because on the previous stream, if you've heard of alpha and beta brainwaves and stuff, and how you can get in an alpha state so that you can have better focus or whatever, basically the reason why that's stupid and dumb and not science at all is because what they're saying is the way you get into an alpha state is by relaxing or meditating or whatever. And the alpha state helps you relax. And you could say, okay, but it's a positive feedback loop, right? So it just gets more and more and more. The more alpha you have, the better, the more able you are to relax. No, because it's a wave. It's an electromagnetic wave, alpha. You can't accumulate it. You can't accumulate it. You don't get more alpha, as it's not a substance. You can't add alpha, right? That's not how that works. So what you're really doing is you're practicing relaxing so you get better at relaxing. And then you just happen to have alpha. No one... That is what your brain looks like when you're relaxing. It doesn't increase relaxing. It is relaxing. Does that make sense? Not the same thing as a sleep score though, because I imagine they give you advice, caffeine, blah, 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 all of this stuff. I'll take this up with my alpha dealer. Yeah, if there's a man in a trench coat on the street offering you alpha brainwave injections, I don't know what he's selling, to be honest. I wouldn't take it myself personally. Bad handwriting, I know. Thank you, Icarus. Welcome in. Shit, I'm just getting sigma waves out here. Well, that's the optimum one. Yeah. Blast your brain with alpha radiation in order to relax. Write it down. That's what it is. That's what it is. Dominant males have more alpha waves. Yes, and therefore they're chiller. Haven't you noticed that all the alpha boys, dominant male CEO people that have heart attacks by the time they're 30, they are just really chill and really calm? You haven't noticed that? Yeah. Yeah. Alpha waves is a product of relaxation. That's more accurate than getting alpha waves makes you relax. Yes, I would say, if you had to pick a direction. I don't think there is a direction though. I think alpha waves are relaxation. And not just relaxation. There's a bunch of other stuff. That's simplifying it hugely. Alpha waves are relaxation. You know? So... The trick is to be so rich, you pay other people to have the heart attacks for you. Oh, that's what it is, yeah. Drink the alpha waves infused smoothies. Or you can put it in Kool-Aid like the other guy, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Alpha men are like software. Alpha version full of bad stuff. All the CEOs die after 30. No. Having a heart attack doesn't mean you die. Most people don't die from heart attacks. Well, not the first one, anyway. Alpha relax? Yeah, all the alpha boys on the podcast are super calm. You haven't noticed. But isn't the alpha better? Because it's the first. See, it's not even the first. If you're talking about, like, increasing frequencies of brainwaves, it's the third one. Delta, theta, alpha. Of 5. It's, like, in the middle. Kind of. Oh, it's a heart attack's top 5 leading cause of death. Damn, interesting. Interesting. You want the beta guys, so everyone gets to play. Yeah, beta guys are a little bit more stressed out than the alpha guys, though. It's a higher brain frequency. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, guys, everything I've just said is sarcasm. Is that not translating? You guys are question marking me. You guys are question marking me. It's sarcasm. No, this is true. Alpha brainwaves is relaxation and the whole, like, alpha state is nonsense. That's true. That's science. Everything about podcast boys and heart attacks, it's hyperbole and sarcasm. Yes? I'm getting a lot of question marks in chat, and that's so we're all on the same page. This is why I keep saying I'm joking. I'm deadpan. I'm British. Okay? That's what I do. Hi, personnel. I don't understand sarcasm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's over now. It's all over. Oh no. Which brainwave is the production one? Well, people say when you're creative, you're more alpha, I suppose, is what it is, what it is. So there it is. Get yourself a neon sign that lights up whenever you go irony mode. Cool. We have that now. That's cool. There we go. I can just turn that on and off now. Need be. Oh no. You need to change your name to Josephine King. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's really funny. But I'm not sure. Should I give you one of these? Is it one of those moments? Whoa! How'd you make your message like that? Hi, Cosmic. One of the top things you can do for longevity is NAD plus boosting supplements like NR and NMN. That's a lot of, forgot the word for it. Shortenings. I've heard NAD plus. Yeah, all those boosting things. I didn't write any of that down. It came up in my research. I didn't write any of it down because I was like, letters and numbers. I put down vitamins, which isn't quite the same thing, I'm aware. I'm aware those aren't vitamins, but it's all the same vibe, you know. NMN is super expensive. What is NMN? Let's find out. NMN supplements. NMN is nicotinamide mononucleotide. And what does it do? What does it do? What do? Oh, like everything. It does everything. It makes you better as a human being. Insulin sensitivity and heart function, reducing tiredness with a few side effects. Interesting. So NMN, you make it naturally, but you can add more, unlike brainwaves. Clearly, thank you. Cool. This is very much beyond me. We're gonna get into some psychology soon, and it's gonna be a breath of fresh air for me because right now I'm a little bit tense. It turns you into Scarlett Johansson and Lucy, which is my dream. So it's everything I've ever wanted from anything in general. What is the side effects? I don't know. Oh no, you asking me to find out. Yeah. I need more coffee. I did not know you could do that with your messages. I did not know. Thank you for the bits. Okay, the benefits are this. It's good. Aging. Insulin. And DNA repair, gene expression, cellular stress responses, and energy metabolism, which is all the things that, you know, are impactful for aging in various different ways. People call it the fountain of youth, apparently, which is weird. But there it is. What are the side effects? Takeaway. Side effects. None. According to this one particular article. Or minimal for whatever it is. It's expensive. Empty wallets. Empty souls. That's not right. That's not true. NAD decreases with age and causes every age-related disease. Search for sirtuins. I'm probably not going to do that. But thank you for the tips. That's very interesting. And thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. No side effects. None. If there are no side effects, why did they mention it at the... Well, they said few side effects. Negligible. Trace side effects. Apparently. Sounds like cellular retinol. I can't take retinol. My skin's too sensitive. So I guess I'm just fucked then. Everything is ruined. Everything is absolutely ruined and just fucked, and the whole world is because I can't take retinol. Retinol is the fountain of youth, and it makes me weak. That's how I feel. I feel like a weak piece of shit because I can't take retinol. It's unbelievably true. Hi, Bezo. What's up? How are you doing? Why is every billionaire not just buying this shit up? How do you know they're not? So if I get bit by a spider, live forever? Or no? I feel like yes. Depends what kind of spider. There was a girl in a cinema near me who got bit by a black widow and they had to amputate her leg, I heard. Although I heard that from school kids, so I don't know how accurate it is. I'll be back. Please don't get bit by... You live in Scotland. What spider? What spider's gonna bite you? Oh yes, the classic biting Scottish spider. Telomere shortening is due to decreased NAD. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Midas. You can have spiders if you want. Let me dream Harold! Who the fuck is Harold? Who is Josephine? Who is Harold? Okay, who are these people? You keep calling me things. Not you, Midas. You as well. You keep calling me things. I don't know who any of these people are. It's... You would say that. What, is Harold? I don't know what it means. Arnemo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. School kids always say the truth, Perry. What are you talking about? That's true. Listen, there has never been a single school kid that has ever lied about anything in the world. For example, I asked a school kid once how old they thought I was, and they said 35, and I cried. And that's because of the retinol. I swear to God. All right? I swear to God. Harold is the helicopter doctor toy that heals the toy trains in my living room. If this is true from your, like, perception, I would say doctor, probably. Go to the doctor. If you're perceiving this, that sign is helpful. It just, I think it kills the joke, though. Wait, no, I'm being honest here. I think that kills the joke, doesn't it? Every single time I'm sarcastic, I have to switch this on so people don't get mad at me. Because there was a little period there. There was a little period where things got scary, and everyone started question marking me, and I got upset. So that's why we've added this. Clearly I'm being sarcastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. For now, it's a funny joke. Please stop question marking me. It's triggering something. I don't know what it's triggering, but it's triggering something. Relax, Perry. Use your alpha waves. So true. So true. Fuck that feelings with your science channel. What? Maybe just make it say sarcasm. I don't think the issue is the length of the sign. Wait, no, again, I'm being honest. I don't think the issue is the length of the sign. So, this I done. Sarah, thanks so much for the follow. I'm gonna add that to my chat messages too. I'm being sarcastic. Well, y'all have kappas. I don't have a kappa. Unless I go like this. But that's not clear, I don't think. I don't have an IRL kappa. Go with possibly sarcasm. Leaves room for self-doubt. That's true, and I'm also not like maybe sarcasm. That's more funny. Because I don't always want to commit to it being sarcasm or not. You know? So, sarcasm, question mark? Warning, British. Can you just grab an oversized kappa and pop it over your camera? That's... That's hilarious. Hold on. All right, we're doing this. We're making it work. I need a transparent one though, otherwise it's all murdered. Pinge.com. Let's go. Please allow ads. Fuck you. I would like this. I would like to download it. Thank you so much. There's an ad for something. We're downloading. Hold on. Hold on. I have to verify that I'm a human. Oh, I struggle with those. I actually do. That's not sarcasm. I genuinely really struggle. Fuck off. I'm not going to watch your ads. Ah! I watch their ads. Stop it! What site is this? Oh, I didn't realize you could see this. I thought I was doing this privately. I'm not. Okay, back we go. This is terrible. This whole experience has been terrible. Give it to me. I consent to everything. Let's go. Woo! Okay, we're in. I'm just gonna add a little picture. I've called it image 4 because I'll definitely remember what that is later. Sarcasm, you see? You understand? Ah, it's not transparent. I'm gonna have to do it myself. I hate doing it myself. I'm so bad at doing these things. We're adding a chroma key. Oh, it disappeared, didn't it? There we go. Is it even... It's better if it sucks, I think, actually. It's better if it's, like, bad. Maybe we go for a color key. Color keys would be better. Done. Easy. Very pleased. What? Wait. We should 100% do a color key rather than a chroma key. I don't know what I was thinking. Hashtag professional streamer. Oh, it's just as bad. Oh wait, there we go. Better. Better. You can make it a bit opaque. Transparent rather. Perfect. You can wear my headphones. Amazing work. Cool. Don't right click download it. Why not? Alright. I'm sure Rob would love the fact you're wearing his face. I think so too, yeah. I think so as well. Bind it to the Stream Deck. That's beyond my technological know-how of this particular thing. You wouldn't steal a face. I feel like I have created something beautiful. You've created a monster is what this is. This is probably going to be the worst thing that's ever happened to the stream ever before. So, I hate it, guys. I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm fucking off. That's terrible. That's the worst thing. Okay, so where did we get to? Brian tweeted a quote that I disagree with, or that I think is wrong. He just tweets "Don't die" 3 times on the same day. Don't die, America. Wait, was this the day of the election? When was the day of the election? Is this why he's freaking out? Alcohol, caffeine, junk food, sex, me, my sleep score. It's pretty funny. This is what, I don't know, I vibe with Brian. See, I don't know if he's a good person or whatever. I vibe with him is what it is. Like, I get him. Higher intelligence in childhood correlates to longer survival and reduced risk of age-related diseases, according to the study. I can see that. I guess it's about development, I suppose. There's going to be a lot of other reasons though. I would probably say, having not looked at the study, I would probably say there's variables that you're not looking at. it's just a correlation, right? All he's saying is it correlates, and that's therefore true for this study. But it's probably to do with the fact. So IQ, or intelligence, the way they test it, is a test of various but certain skills, right? So it's things like reasoning and pattern recognition and stuff like that. So if you're good at those skills, you get a higher IQ score, but it's only those skills. So our brain is chock full of hundreds and hundreds of skills. We're going to be good at some of them, bad at some of them. Some of them are linked in our perception of intelligence in our society as being intelligent, but not all of them, kind of a little bit arbitrarily, which is interesting, right? You can study for IQ tests. They only test a few things. They can change throughout your life. It's not an amazing measure. I'm pretty sure if I spent like a day practicing IQ tests and figuring out the kind of questions they ask, I'm pretty sure I can get a stupid high number because that's just how they work. But I would argue that kids who haven't practiced for it who have higher IQ scores correlate to longer survival later because of socioeconomic status. I would say that's probably the third variable they're not looking at. It's the sharks and ice cream, I would argue. So if you guys don't know about sharks and ice cream, it's my favorite analogy for this. The number of shark attacks increased on the same day that the number of ice cream sales went up. Therefore, sharks like ice cream. It's the third variable problem. It's also the correlation doesn't equal causation problem. But the third variable problem, which means that often you only look at two things that you're trying to study and you forget that there might be another secret hidden third thing that's actually causing both of them. So it's not that sharks like ice cream. What's the variable that also increases on that day? Probably. That could cause both of those things and makes more sense than that. Shark hate price fluctuations. Hi, Avian, what's up? It's hot? Well, yes, which means there's more beachgoers. Exactly, there's more people out. Yes, there's more people out. Which is why shark attacks are higher, more ice cream sales. So the hidden third variable there is number of people on the beach. But that's not in the paper. So if you just looked at ice cream sales and shark attacks, it could lead people to think that ice cream sales or ice cream results in more shark attacks, which is very, very interesting. Do sharks dip humans in ice cream like a $99 flake? Yes. So I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm gonna delete that. I hate it. Right? Every time I join the stream, the topic is changed. That's Brian Johnson! This is Brian Johnson's Twitter feed. This is the Brian Johnson stream. Shut up, Ab. So I would argue that the hidden third variable here is socioeconomic status. So how rich they are. Their parents. Their habits. Money. Probably kids who have higher intelligence, so they're healthier, they get better sleep when they're a kid. Higher intelligence in terms of IQ tests. Or they come from a family where that's something that's prided, so their parents are probably more middle class. Probably means they're going to have longer survival because that will carry on throughout their lives. They'll still be rich, or richer, or they'll have a golden parachute, or they'll be used to it. They'll still probably be in the same socioeconomic band by the time they're 30, if that makes sense. Better food, yeah, exactly. I would say that's the hidden third variable here. Not necessarily that higher intelligence causes longer survival. I think that makes more sense. Just skimming this, just as a vibe from it. I spent more time in an MRI than anyone in the world. Okay. He does religiously measure himself, yeah. He describes himself, or people describe him as the most measured man ever. Because he's constantly checking himself for biomarkers and things like that. But there was something... Brian, please! Do you see what I mean? He's so vibey. Yeah, they're magnetic. It's magnets and shit. And an MRI. Because erections in your sleep, this is something he measures specifically. Erections in your sleep is a sign of health. I think that's what he's saying. Is he a Trump supporter? Not touching it, not touching it, backing down. All right. There is one particular tweet that he doth quoted where I was like, ooh, that's not right. And then I thought, ooh, but it's interesting too, so we should do this on stream. But I've lost it. Thanatology. The study of preventing death, radically extending human lifespan, and optimizing health and longevity, encompassing biology, genetics, neuroscience, technology, psychology, and ethics. I don't think that is what it is. Maybe it is in a different field. Thanatology, as I understand it, very interesting, is the study of death, but not in terms of preventing it. It's the study of what happens to people when they experience other people dying. So it's like the process of grief and how people cope with these things, and also their concept of their own mortality and how that affects. So it's a psychological thing and study of behavior. Maybe in biology, thanatology has a different meaning, but I've not come across that before. I don't think. Maybe it is like from in the medical perspective of it. But I've not come across that. But anyway, yeah, ethics too, absolutely. We need more quotes. How to separate the rich from their moneyology. Oh, you can't. Yeah, I feel like this isn't what it is, but that's okay. Listen. What are the comments on this? A thanatology is actually probably what he meant, if you're looking at the etymological side of it. Thank you, Kyriakis. Hashtag Thanos. Nice. Thanotechnology is a whole other thing. The digital transformation of our lives and how that changes the way we think about death and afterlife. So you could make a case for desensitization or something. But anyway, should we do some thanatology today? Emily, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thanatology is incredibly interesting. Basically, have you heard of the... Wait, no, I'm jumping ahead of myself here. Brian Johnson. Let's just cap this off and then we can move. Brian Johnson, in summary, is one of the people that's super obsessed with his health. So he's the most measured man, you know, their words, for example. He's the most measured man. He has at-home labs. He does all of these treatments. He finishes eating by 11 a.m. He's in bed by 8:30. He doesn't go out much. He doesn't go on holiday. He doesn't go, or like holidays somewhere sunny. He doesn't, He doesn't engage in various activities that are arguably quite fun, and he just spends every single day. He takes 100 pills a day. Well, not with his new Kool-Aid, but still, all of this stuff. And he's basically, I would call this an obsession, most probably, which can't necessarily be completely not harmful. I say let the boy do whatever he likes, and he says he's way happier now than he was. He feels way better. He was incredibly depressed. He talks about his darkest days, etc., what from before. And so I'm let the boy do whatever he wants, and I don't think this is a bad thing. But in general, obsessions in this way are not good for your mental health. Him specifically, whatever. But for people in general, not amazing for your mental health at all. And I would argue that because he came from such a low point, he's probably overcorrected, right? That's my psychological analysis of this situation. So we're going to come back to that, the overcorrection. But that brings us to a bigger issue, right? Could it be a fear of mortality? Maybe not necessarily him, although definitely him. Obsession into new obsession. Hi, Full, what's up? Yeah, it could be a trauma response, and it could be a confrontation with his own mortality. People are scared of dying. Of course they are. If you're not, that's a mental illness, and you should go get checked for it. We're scared of dying. Everything inside of us is probably evolutionarily geared towards not dying. So we are obviously scared of dying. Death anxiety is something that is apparently the highest when you are 20-something years old, like early 20s, and then it gets better and better and better as you accept it, and also life gets harder, so you're like, whatever, GG, let this end. But in general, we don't want to die, we're scared of it. Now, what happens? We've done so many streams that encompass this rule, right? What happens when there's something
that is objectively true and something we don't want to confront, what do we do? In our brains, what do we do? Or sometimes actively, what do we do to help us? It's chocolate. Did I bring enough for the whole class? I have 6 pieces, so you can fight amongst yourselves. Who are the best among you? Or who's had the saddest day? We cope. We cope. Exactly. Everything comes down to copium. Copium is so much of what we do 24/7. We cope constantly all the time about everything. Even if you think you don't do that, you do. All of us do. 24/7. Everything is copium. Spoonerism? Shut up. We cope. And there are so many different ways that we cope. I did a whole stream just on different kinds of defense mechanisms. All of these, there's like 20 of them, of different ones. All of these are ways to cope. All of them. And so that's everything from projection to displacement to humor to I forgot what it's called, sublimation. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's the one where you like do art for your sadness. Spoonerism. Hi, Spoonerism person. What's up? All of this defense mechanisms is basically there's about 20 of them, and we do them constantly for everything, and it was a whole 5-hour stream just on this, right? And so when there's something, there's also Coggy Oh yeah. Coggy huge, which actually go into the number one defense mechanism that we all already know, and that is denial. A lot of defense mechanisms are just various forms of denial. You could argue they're all various forms of denial, if you wanted. Melkor, thanks for the follow, and Gray, thanks for the follow. Emily, thank you as well. No, it's not! Default 1, thanks for the follow. Art for sadness, she says, as I sit here with my brush. There's nothing wrong with that, though. There are immature and mature coping mechanisms. You shouldn't call them that, though, because people get mad. You should call them healthy and unhealthy. Then people are less mad at you if you say you're doing this one during an argument. Found that out the hard way. Just from my experience, don't call someone immature during an argument. Anyway, don't call it that. But there are mature and immature. That's the word. That's what it's called. But there are immature and mature coping mechanisms, and I think it's called sublimation. I don't know. But the one where you do something good, you use that energy to do something good, like you become a really good boxer, or you exercise, or you do some art, or you make some jokes, or whatever it is. Although that's more humor, which is a separate one. But still, you use that energy to do something good. That is a healthy or a mature coping mechanism. Now, you shouldn't just do that, Brett. Right? You shouldn't just do that. You should also be dealing with the reasons why you're sad and going to therapy maybe, or doing some CBT yourself, or whatever it is, right? But it's a healthy one if you're gonna do something. But yeah, we cope. Now, what is a Coggy D? Just for those of you who don't know, you probably all do by now. I'm sorry that I'm repeating myself on this, because it's like, well, cognities is a cognitive dissonance. It could also be a cognitive distortion, but that's a different stream. A cognitive dissonance, which basically means there's new evidence that contradicts what you already believe. There's 2 things you can do. 1, you can find the truth and then change your belief to the new truth and be like, I was wrong, sorry guys. Or what's easier, and what a lot of people choose, is to just dig their heels in and just either deny or rationalize or find a way to ignore the new evidence. Double down, baby. Exactly. That's what a lot of people do. They choose to do that. There's a reason why people choose to do that. It's because it's easier. You don't have to say you were wrong, which is, a lot of people don't like doing that. You don't have to put in any mental effort to correct yourself or change anything. You don't have to do any research. You can just be like, I was right all along. Cognities happen most obviously, I would imagine, if you've done something, like you've upset someone. You say something rude accidentally or whatever, and that person says, that upset me. Everyone has a Coggy when that happens. If it's an accident and you didn't mean to, pretty much a Coggy happen 100% of the time. Because your instinct is, why are you mad at me? I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to upset you. And then you have to go through the work of feeling guilty and feeling upset and apologizing, and maybe it's embarrassing and all of this stuff, which is upsetting, and you don't want to have to do this, especially if it points to a bigger problem, right? If someone says, oh God, if someone says something like, you only ever talk about yourself,
and that's upsetting me. Like years of friendship, and you only ever talk about yourself and you never ask me anything. For example, that sucks in terms of a coggy D, because now you have to change your personality. If something hints at a bigger issue, that means you have to actually do loads of work over a long period of time and change the way that you are. And that sucks. So it's much nicer and much more fun and much easier to just be like, no, you're wrong. You're just too sensitive. So that's why people do that. So usually that feeds into a form of denial. Or when you have a coggy D and you don't do the right answer, which is objectively find the truth and then change your mind, that feeds into denial. So if there's something big and super uncomfortable, like death, we all cope, all of us, all the time. And like I said, some coping mechanisms are mature and you don't really have a choice sometimes. It's not necessarily a denial or a cognitive dissonance or something you should work on. But we all cope 24/7. Yeah. Now, some people cope by reframing it. And this isn't really coping, this is more... it's just like positive thinking, I guess. But you can reframe it. You can be like, it's important that we die. So The Good Place, I would argue, is a whole bunch of cope. Not that I didn't love it. I loved it. You could say it's a good thing that we die because it makes us enjoy life now. It's a part of the human experience. And it is part of the human experience. So that's a reframing, which is pretty nice. So you have some time now and you can do whatever you want. Some people are like, GG, you're going to die anyway, etc. Move on. You know, the cringe song. Anyway. Yes, some people turn to religion and spirituality and stuff like that to be able to picture something beyond. I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just saying that's something that people do or want to do. I just ignore it personally. Yeah, you could just deny it. You could just deny it. Yay. Nope. I'm gonna live forever. Fuck you. Just not think about it. Which is another form of denial. Just be like, nope. I wouldn't want to live forever. I would get bored. Yeah. It's probably true after like 1,000,000 years or something. It's probably a bit of cope as well, probably. But that's okay. That's alright. No worries. And so I would probably argue that in terms of Peter, not Peter, well, Peter as well, but Brian, what's probably happened is he was confronted, and this is not necessarily a bad thing, this is nothing bad about Brian at all, but he's probably confronted his mortality in various different ways, and he was like super depressed and all of this stuff and considering a bunch of different things and in a really low point, that now he's trying to cope with that by compensating. And so the way that he's compensating is by trying to live as long as he can, living the perfect, healthy life, and potentially working towards eradicating aging completely for future generations or whatever. Peter? Brian? Family Guy. All of them. Hi, Hendrik. Reframing death is so underrated. Yeah, that's the one that I like to do. I think reframing is the best way of going about it. I think this is the healthy optimum one, and then this stuff is pretty fun too. Again, there's lots of other ways of being spiritual, but people do tend to turn to it as an answer to death, which again, I'm not saying isn't true. I'm just saying that's what people do. I would assume... I missed that completely. Personally, knowing I might die tomorrow helps me live in a way that I wouldn't feel remorse over dying tomorrow. Yeah, I like that. And that's good reframing. Yeah. You could die at any moment, therefore do the things today. Does that make sense? Of course, you can't always do that. Like, you have to go to work and stuff. But, it's the reason why every single time I get on a plane, I tell people I love them. Not because I think I'm gonna die, but I'm just confronted by the idea of planes. Planes are super safe in terms of the forms of travel. They're way safer than cars and buses and trains and all those things. But I just I associate, as do you guys, I'm sure, as does everyone, we associate planes with plane crashes because we see loads of movies and all of this stuff, right? And at the start of every single time that you're in a plane, they give all the safety things and the safety procedures in the case of a crash. So you're constantly, the association between planes and death are constantly put together, right? And so every single time I'm on a plane, I'm reminded of my mortality, and that's the reason I text someone, love you! Otherwise I probably wouldn't do that. And so that's pretty cool. That's a nice little reframing thing. Compensating is the last one. Compensating. Sorry for my handwriting. I walk into every Chuck E. Cheese prepared to die. Is that for the animatronics or for the kids? Or both? Planes fill me with love. Maybe even a little lust. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's the second outlandish comment from you today. The second one I've noticed, at least. I probably haven't read all of them. I'm on a roll. You are on a roll. Yes. Plane crashes are less likely to happen, but they're way more deadly. Oh, that's true. That's true. If it does happen, you're kind of fucked. But it doesn't really happen, so it's apples and oranges, I guess. Oh no. At least you're British, so you can say my love or love you without people overthinking it. Where are you from, if I can ask? What, is it not the same there? You can't just be like, love you, babe. That means like I'm in love with you. That's interesting. What do you say then? If you want to express kinship for someone without wanting to shag them, what do you say? I've always thought planes should come equipped with parachutes. I don't know if that would help. I genuinely don't know if that would help. Maybe it would. I genuinely actually don't know. I try to normalize telling the people I care about that I love them regularly, just in case. Yeah, just in case. I have this thing with Cleedom. No, I'm not going to share that. I'm not going to share that. Tell the homies you love them. But it's basically like that. And it's always, in case you die. Come here, in case you die. Yay. And you should have the option to parachute out of a plane instead of just landing. Yeah, man. I mean, nothing's stopping you from bringing your own parachute, to be fair, on the plane. A little bit unhinged. It's a little bit weird, but you could. You could, maybe. You're going 500 miles an hour. Would a parachute help? I really don't know. You have 200 plus people falling out of the sky. So we need parachute training. Everyone brings their own parachute. And then you yeah, it's basically Fortnite. IRL. Once you get down onto the ground, you have to battle. Only last one standing. I feel like security would be very suspicious. Yeah, if you bring a parachute on a plane, they'll be like, why do you think you need this, huh? What do you know? TSA sees the parachute as a carry-on and pulls you instantly. Oh my gosh. Small airplanes are very efficient at unliving the hurried. Oh, Jesus. Okay, anyway, maybe I should take the big word death off the board. Is it freaking anyone out? I'm sorry if that's true. Oh, you replied, Croatia. You're from Croatia. In my experience, if I say I love you, it's with family or a partner. Maybe it's different for girls, like societally. Interesting. I have a friend from Croatia, and she's a girl. So I'm going to ask and see what her perspective is. Maybe it's different depending on where you're from in Croatia. Should I send her a voice note? I've never done that before, ever. Well, first time for everything. If the stream gives me confidence, thank you. Wait, what do I say? Oh, I'm nervous. Really wanted to like me. Ah! How do you talk to women? Wait. What do I say? Fuck, I can't. Remember to do a good voice. Ah! Chad is the wrong person to ask that question. You're asking Chad how to talk to women? It's a good point. That's a good point. You're right. I'm sorry. What's up? How are you doing? Artificially deepen your voice. The main question for next stream. We should do a psychological stream, a neuroscience stream on how to talk to women. Wait. Hi. I have a friend in chat that says that that you can't really say, or it's weird to say I love you or love you to just a friend in Croatia. Well, they're from Croatian, and he doesn't know. Maybe it's different for girls, and you're Croatian. What do you think? What's your experience? Is it like not as common? Because in the UK, you just sort of be like, love you, babe, and it's like fine. Do you have a different experience? Okay, I'm ending this now. Bye. And send. Okay. That felt a lot longer than it was. It was only 30 seconds. That felt like I was talking for hours. That went well. Do you reckon? Do you think she'll read it? Or listen to it? I don't think she will. I'm ending this now. How do you end a phone call? I always just hang up. You didn't even end with I love you? We're not there yet. We're not there. I want to be there. We're not there. It was on brand. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, I just sort of like, I don't start phone calls with hello usually. I just get to the point of why I'm calling. No, sometimes I do a little check that I can do this. You know what I mean? Like I do a little check that nothing bad has happened that day. So like if they've been in a car crash or someone has died that day, I don't want to launch into, hey, can I borrow some money? Do you know what I mean? Whoa, not that I do that, but if I did do that, you don't want to launch into that if something's happened. So you got to do a little check that you're good to carry on. And then after that point, you just get to the point. And then I don't really know what to say after that except like, okay, bye. Because otherwise you linger, man. Lingering at the end of conversations is bad for both of you. Say banana if you're in danger. I'm ending this now in a message as a fast track to getting welfare checked. Okay, I'm ending this now. Bye. Normally stop having small talk. Yeah. Although sometimes I do genuinely want to know like how their day has been and what have they had for lunch. Like sometimes I genuinely want to know that. In which case I guess it's not small talk because small talk implies that you don't care about it. Why not give a psychology fact after you finish, like a call sign? Did you know that the number one cause of depression is low serotonin or something? That's not really fun though. Everyone knows that. What's something that not everyone knows? I've immediately forgotten every single thing I know about psychology. Quick, name a song! Can't think of any songs, can you? Exactly, that's the point. Did you know that the reason people have like really comforting, content experiences in life or death situations is because their brain is flooded with endorphins? Okay, bye. Hang up. Eleanor Rigby. That's a good one. That's a good one, yeah. Yeah. I never understood why people would ask something they don't care about. I guess to be nice, or if they don't have anything else to say. Sometimes conversations are awkward. You don't really know a person very well, but you're put in a room together and you have to talk, because otherwise that would be worse. And you don't know what to say. Then that's when you would whip out cat facts. Exactly. Like, what do? You just have to kind of... How was your day? How's everyone going? Yeah. Or like putting three people who think they're Jesus in a room together. Well, that's why you instigate in that context. Hey, I see you breathing air. I also breathe air. We have so much in common. Do you Eleanor rig me on a karaoke stream? Okay. I've written it down. It's in the schedule now. Ask about their workout. Ask them to show me their biceps. Ask them if they've ever been wedgied. Yeah. It's cool to hear what other people are really passionate about, in my opinion. Yeah, I wouldn't count that as small talk, though, me personally, because you would really care about that, I suppose. You'd care about caring about that. Does that make sense? It's my favorite thing to do at parties. Because at parties, when people have been, like, drinking and stuff, it's the only time that they're usually quite open, or they're more easily open. So it's a good opportunity to actually get to know people. And I feel like if you just don't do that, then it's a wasted opportunity. For me, at least, it feels like a wasted opportunity if I'm not getting to know people at parties, if that makes sense. Although sometimes you do just want to get really riggedy wrecked and just carry on. Does that make sense? Did you know that... Here's a psychology fact. Did you know that the average person makes a talking mistake in every 1 in 500 sentences? And so if you make talking mistakes more than that, it might mean you have some kind of speech issue. Hashtag diagnosis, hashtag I just think the 1 in 500 sentences thing is wrong. You know, that's really high. That means you say 500 sentences without any speaking mistake. And I just said sentences. Although I do have a weird stammer thing going on. Yeah, I think I'm at 1 in 5. If that. I think I'm in 1 and 2. I just said 1 at 2. See, there's another one. 1 at 2. That's not right. That's a mistake. I just power through now. What for stream? You get what I'm saying. You understand me. I don't need to speak perfectly. Yeah, I think 1 in 500 is just wrong, actually. I don't know where that came from. 1 in 500. Do you guys know anyone who just speaks perfectly all the time and doesn't make any mistakes? Does that include I would have to say it does. Maybe it doesn't for that statistic, but I would include that as a speaking mistake. But I guess when you're not really thinking about it, you might be able to just talk without making any mistakes. Yeah, you guys intimidate me. That's what it is. Agi never makes any mistakes, so that's pretty good. I'm happy for you. Yeah, 1 in 500, that's a lot, man. Anyway. Okay, so, on the death note, as it were, thanatology. Have you guys heard of the Kubler-Ross model? I'm setting you up for failure. Everyone say yes. Just don't question me. Put 1 in the chat if you've heard of Kubler-Ross model. Everyone put a 1 in the chat. Go. Everyone. Wait, I spelled model very wrong. What am I doing? Where is my brain? I missed the joke. Oh, you spelt mistakes wrong. I did not notice you spelt mistakes wrong. I read it wrong. Is it related to the model Kate Moss? Yes. Is that the elves? Put 1s in chats. You've heard of this. It is otherwise known as the 5 stages of grief. Woo! And I've been talking for too long, so I'm going to go on TikTok randomly and just have someone else tell you about this. Just for no reason. I've just decided that that's what's going to happen. Oh, please. It's really what? Maybe it was upside down. 5 stages of grief. What did the TikTok people say that it is? Let's go. You need a sound for sarcasm text like a siren. I think you're right. Let's go. This one's animated. Hell yeah.
They say there are 5 stages of grief.
The Kubler-Ross model.
Anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. They say there are
Hi
5
Telek, what's up?
stages.
So that's the Kubler-Ross model, but what if I told you we misunderstand it constantly? Just like attachment theory. Do you guys remember attachment theory? Tiny recap. Attachment theory is basically how you see your relationships, right? So there's secure attachment, which is basically you're super happy making friends and you're like not worried about it at all and you can be vulnerable and all of this stuff, right? Did I write moss? Ross. Okay, cool. Carrying on. Coffee! Was I saying moss too? Maybe I just didn't know what it was called. Anyway, spoonerism! I wrote Kubler Moss. I wrote Kubler Moss Modeler. Okay, the 5 stages of spelling. Anyway, so attachment theory, basically, the different ways you approach a relationship. So if you have a secure attachment, it means you're pretty peachy, happy to go on, no worries, being vulnerable, you have like a good, healthy idea about it. And if you're insecure in a variety of different ways, there's different kinds of insecure attachment, you basically suck at relationships in, again, various different ways. So you struggle being vulnerable, or you're too super detached, or you're anxious about it, or you're clingy, or whatever it is. Right? Similar to that, the 5 stages of grief is super misunderstood. This specifically, as you guys probably already know, this is not about your attachment and your relationships now as an adult. This is about your attachment and your relationships when you're a toddler. This only applies to toddlers and caregivers and that relationship. It only applies to toddlers. There is some evidence that there's some sort of correlation between attachment and how you treat relationships on later, or predictive things of like crime and whatever. But it's flimsy. There's not a lot of evidence supporting it. It's kind of patchy. And it only really applies to kids, right? Avoidant is a type of insecure, yeah. Now, people use secure and insecure attachment things for relationships now and stuff like that, and it's cool. There's nothing wrong with doing that, because it can help people think about stuff, and it can help people reflect on their childhood and any skills that they might have to recover from or learn that they missed when they were a kid, or potentially the root causes of various things that they're going through, like being avoidant and stuff. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, and it can be very, very helpful in lots of different ways, and it may be completely true for you or for those specific things. But the model itself, the research itself, is only true for toddlers. Similarly, the 5 stages of grief is not about grieving someone who's died.
Says, I'm not avoidant, but please stop talking about it, Kappa.
Thank you for the bits, Formina. I appreciate that. And Bart, thank you so much for the... Whoa, the tier 2! Can we get some Joels in chat? Can we get some Joels? Tier 2, that's insane. Thank you so much. Main, thanks for the follow. Oh, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, similarly, the 5 stages of grief is not about you mourning someone else who's died. It's about being, or the research itself is specifically for terminal patients. So this is the 5 stages of grief that people who are patients with a terminal illness go through, specifically. So when you relate it to people who are grieving someone else dying, it's still a helpful model. Yeah, about themselves, exactly. It's a helpful model, but it's not always true. I mean, there's some evidence to suggest that it is true for terminal patients in general. That's what they go through. It's again, it's a model, so it's not like, what's the word? It's not rigid science. It's a theory. It's a model that a lot of people go through, and it's very true usually of people with terminal illnesses, and people do apply it to grieving loved ones who have died, and it's somewhat true. So some of these things, but again, it's patchy. It's not true for everyone. It's not true for every time, and you might hit or miss a couple of them. And people criticize the model because it implies rigidity. So you go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, right? Spooky, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But that's not always true. Like stages of development. So especially for babies, like they crawl and they walk and they speak and all of those things. That model too is criticized for implying rigidity, which is not true. Some kids skip straight to the end. Some kids take a really long time to do something and then catch up, or whatever it is, right? Or some kids are very, very slow developers and they're in the special group up until the age of 15 and then they catch up, you know? So it's like very, very, very floopy. And similarly, the Kubler-Ross model is floopy, even in terminal patients, let alone when you apply it to not the original context. Context is very, very, very key for evidence. You can only ever say that your evidence applies to the original context, because if it hasn't been tested in other contexts, then it's not evidence. Does that make sense? But anyway, it's still pretty good. Like attachment styles, still pretty good. Still helpful to use and things like that. So as that video said, the 5 stages are denial. A denial doesn't have to look like saying, no, it's not happening, I don't believe you. It doesn't have to be delulu. It can just be refusing to think about it. So like a lot of people with death anxiety, you just don't think about it. You know? Denial. You didn't deserve that, by the way. I thought I would just be sympathetic. Yeah. Some kids skip to the end. Some kids prefer to hop. Ain't just a river in Egypt. I'm not giving you one. No. You definitely don't deserve one. Fine. Enough now. My friend would run as a child but couldn't stand up on his feet if he wasn't moving. That's so funny. So when he stopped running, would he just fall over? There was a snowboarder once. So I used to go skiing as a kid Wow, oh my god, she's middle class. Yes, suck it. I also used to do horse riding. And what, okay? Oh, it's a secret that I'm middle class. Wow, okay, amazing. Get off your high horse, as it were. Anyway, I used to do skiing as a kid. And posh wanker. I know. I used to do. Shut up. I'm telling a story. I used to do skiing as a kid. And on the slopes, though, one time I saw this snowboarder, and I still to this day have no idea why he was doing this, but he basically was perfect and wonderful all the way down, like doing like jumps and stuff, and like looking super smooth. And then he would just hit the wall at the end. And to be fair, it was like a tarpaulin wall. Like, it wasn't a brick wall. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was a tarpaulin wall, and then there was an aisle behind it, and that's where you would queue for the lift. But he would just crash straight into it. And I thought, the first time I saw this, I was like, oh shit, is he okay? That must have been an accident, yeah? But he just did it again and again and again. He would crash into the wall, come back up on the lift, perfect, beautiful trick shot way down, crash into the wall. Over and over and over again. And I don't know if he just struggled stopping and hadn't, like, learnt that part or something, or if he was choosing to crash into the wall so he didn't have to control his speed. I don't know. Sabatha, thanks for the follow. I don't get it. Stopping is boring. Crashing is exciting. Maybe it's an advanced form of self-harm? Maybe. Someone should check. Did the friend reply? Let me check for you. No. Active 15 hours ago. She touches grass, man. She touches grass. Active 15 hours ago? I have never gone 15 hours without opening Messenger. Never. Wow, 15 hours. She's touching grass. That's insane. She has, like, hobbies and a life and friends and stuff. That's crazy. Or maybe she's asleep. For 15 hours? Wow. He must have been bricking himself. I would imagine so. He just kept doing it. He just kept crashing at the end. I really don't know why. I was just watching this whole time. Hi, Noel. What's up? How are you doing? And Bunny, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. You should report her missing. Can you imagine? Oh, no. I don't open my messages for weeks. Nobody messages me anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't really know what to do with that. Anyway, the 5 stages of grief are denial. And like I said, this doesn't have to be, no, it's not true, or being delusional. It can just be not thinking about it, like refusing to think about it, refusing to deal with it. So if someone says you're terminal, you're just kind of like, cool, and you carry on as normal because you're just not thinking about it. And then the next one, did I write this down? Oh yeah, anger, which is also a form of denial. In a way, it's a coping mechanism to be angry about stuff, especially if it's displaced, which it usually is. So you can be angry at the universe for doing this to you, or God, or whatever it is, but usually people are angry at someone else, at least immediately. So it's like, Angie. Angor. Shut up! Yeah, so usually someone's they just feel really angry because they don't know how to deal with their emotions, or that's how it comes out, and then they get angry at specific people, like angry at the doctors, angry at themselves for not knowing sooner, or angry at their partner for not looking after them properly, or whatever it is, right? Which would be displacement, absolutely. Displacement is a coping mechanism for when you're upset about something, and instead of being upset at that thing that you're actually upset about, you think you're upset about something else, if that makes sense. So usually there's something you can't do anything about. If you're terminal, you can't do anything about it, you're terminal. Does that make sense? So being angry at it, being upset about it, one, means you have to think about it, which it's painful, but also two, it won't do any good. You know, it's not going to change. So you be angry about something else. And it's similar for anything. Like, let's say you get harassed on the street waiting for someone. Not based on anything in real life. But let's say you get harassed on the street while you're waiting for someone. Getting angry at the person you were waiting for. That's displacement. Because you put me in this scenario. I was waiting for you. You were late. You did this to me. That's displacement. Really? You're angry at the person who harassed you, right? But there's nothing you can do about that. What are you going to do? You know, first of all, they're probably already gone. Second of all, what, you're going to confront them? That's dangerous, right? It feels like you can't do that. So you can't get angry at that person, which means you need somewhere for the anger to go, which means you get angry at the person you were waiting for. Does that make sense? Totally unrelated example, definitely didn't happen to me a week ago. Anyway. But I caught it. I caught it before Cleedum came out of the station, which means I didn't yell at Cleedum, which is a win. Thank you. Thank you. Bastard. It was 10 minutes late and he didn't tell me. Therefore, it's his fault. That's not true. That's not true. GG. Thank you. Thank you. I was really proud of myself that I caught it before I got mad at him. And then I told him about it and then he got upset that at one point I was mad. Which kind of like undercut the whole thing, but whatever. I was just really proud of myself. And then he said, good job. Hey, well. You also said you usually don't catch yourself. Well, it's hard to do. It's hard to do. The thing about displacement and coping mechanisms and denial and all of this is you usually don't realize you're doing it, right? So it's something that you really have to practice and look out for. So, you know, is what it is. Yeah, the 5 stages of grief always seemed a bit like pop science. So they really used, for terminal patients, yeah, in that specific context, there's evidence to support this as a trend. It's just a model, so it's a trend of how people usually go for people who are terminal. But people do also apply this to also, as you said, grieving other people who have died around them. So like the mourning process, where it's less robust. In both contexts, it's still a model, and it still can be useful to think about, but it's less robust even then. Yeah, that's anger, which is kind of a form of denial, or it's just a way of processing your feelings without actually processing the problem, because it's still difficult to do that. Then you go to bargaining. Bargaining. Which is basically the thought that there's still something you can do about it. Because you have to accept that there's nothing you can do, you're going to die. Awful. Horrifying. But this is still the thought that there is something you could potentially do about it. And so trying to figure out what that is and what you can do. And again, it's a form of denial. It's still denial. Yikes. And then depression. So now at this point, I don't like this color. At this point, you've accepted, okay, you're dying. But you're apathetic towards it, and you don't feel good about it, obviously. And you have maladapted coping mechanisms. So all of these three are pretty much forms of denial, which is the number one coping mechanism, right? Or it's potentially, it's an umbrella term for lots of different defense mechanisms. Going into this state and being apathetic and not that you can control being depressed, it's just what happens, but being apathetic about it, going into this state, like staying in your room, staying in bed, not showering, stuff like that, that is still a coping mechanism. If that makes sense. It's still a coping mechanism because it's now removing yourself from society so that you don't have to deal with other people or deal with life anymore. You're pulling away from it, or you're isolating yourself, if that makes sense. And it's still a way to cope. It's not a nice way to cope. It doesn't make you feel any better, but it's different. It's different. It's more denial. Yeah. But a different flavor. And then eventually you can accept it and then have, I guess, a nice time, I suppose, for the end. Again, in the terminal context. I solved this by crying in the shower. Crying is very therapeutic. That's not necessarily a bad way of doing it. So, plot twist, acceptance is also denial. Is it? I would have thought that is the opposite. You come out of your denial and you're like, cool, I'm dying. Let's have a nice time in the meantime. I guess it's reframing. So if we go back here, did I save this? I didn't save this. But if we go back to our previous like ways of coping with death anxiety, it's reframing it, which I guess could be a form of coping, but it's probably the way that you cope with that, right? Like, being terminal is never going to be good. You're never going to be happy about it. Or, like, death anxiety for all of us, we're not going to be happy about it. You know what I mean? Unless you need to go to therapy, go to therapy. Thank you so much. You're never going to be happy about it. You still need a way to carry on. Otherwise, you get stuck here, and that's not good. obviously. You can deny your denial. Denial squared. I like that you spelled denial with an E. 50 Shades of Denial. This is a sequel. This is gonna trigger my death anxiety. No, you're all good. It's fine. Don't think about it. What if you're sadder than the crying phase? You go back to the Angie phase. Yeah, so that's the nature of models, right? It's the nature of models. It's not this one for this amount of time, then this one, then this one, then this one. It's more, these are different stages that you can feel at any point. They can be equally long. You can go back and you can have multiple at once. If that makes sense. You didn't see the sequel already? I watched the first one with my friends. And that was weird. I wouldn't recommend that. 50 Shades of Grey. I wouldn't recommend doing that. It's weird. It's a weird thing to do. You can accept and then forget why and then go back to being angry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That happens sometimes with me, like, with a disagreement with someone. Like, if I get angry at someone, if I disagree with someone about something, it very rarely happens because I avoid those situations in general. But if I was to have an argument with someone or disagree with them, it happens, like, we'll resolve and we'll understand each other. We'll come up with ways of not having that argument again. So, like, things that we can change about our behaviors or the way that we talk to each other, stuff like that. We can find compromises, or we can do all of the work. Perfect. Solid. Good to go. But then, like, 3 months later, I'll forget the conclusion and I'll get mad about it again and I'll come back to them and be like, hey, remember when this happened? I'm pissed off again. And then they'll remind me of the solution. Whoops, I forgot, sorry. One more Nightbot be licensed to give advice. Any day now. Any day. Any. Just so long as we go. Yeah. Oh. I'm deleting this. I hate this. Hi, Structure. Thank you, Structure. I feel like acceptance isn't about being not angry or okay with what's happening. It just means you acknowledge it as real. Yeah, you stop with the denial. So these are all flavors of denial. And then you get rid of the denial. And you're like, cool, this is what's happening. Let's try and reframe this in a way that means that I can carry on. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. What if I told you there are more theories? More models, rather. It's not just that one. Yay. Do you guys actually want to, just a little check-in here. Do you guys actually want to talk about this? Or are we all freaking out? Tiny little check-in. Put a 1 in the chat if you actually want to talk about this, or put a 2 in the chat if you want to go back to vitamins and supplements. What if I told you? That's a bingo. Yeah? Okay, we do. Okay, GG. Barry be like, good news, everybody. There's other models. 3 was not an option. You have to pick one. That's the stream today, sorry. We're not going to talk about neither. Okay. So here's another model of dealing with death. Yay. Wait, I need something for this. I need a soundtrack or something. That works. It's pretty good. Okay. One man, thanks for the follow. So anyway, death. Here we go. It's called Warden's. That's his name. First. No, it's not called that. It's Warden's. Four. Tasks of mourning. And this is a model about mourning other people. So this isn't about you anymore. This is about, well, it is about you, but someone else is dying, not you anymore. Yay. Yay. That's better. Warden's 4 tasks of mourning. Yay. Number 1. So these are basically, here's a theory that in order to cope with your grief and be able to not move on, but be able to become a functional member of human society again, there are four tasks that you have to complete, right? Or there are four tasks that people do complete. Not necessarily in order, but probably in order, but still. 1, cope with the reality. So banish denial. Task 1, stop coping, stop denialing, if that makes sense. No more denial. It happened. Which is actually quite a lot of jobs. Based on the previous one, like 4 of the 5 stages of grief for terminal patients are all denial. So that's quite a big one. That's quite a hefty first job. Stop being in denial. But there it is. Number 2, process your pain. So that's like your whole, how am I feeling? Why am I feeling it? Let's think about this. What does this death do for me? What does it remind me of? Why, if it's not someone you know very well and it shouldn't really impact you, but it is really impacting you, figuring that out. If it's someone you know really well, that's difficult. I don't know. But there it is. Process your pain, therapy, and such. Then number 3 is adjust to the world without that person. What is your new purpose, I suppose? Or is that number 4? No, that's number 3. What is your new purpose? What does the world look like now? What's still good about the world? What can you do? And then number 4 is integrating that person's memory into your new life. Because they've kind of found that, like, forgetting about the person who died, assuming they're close to you and this is relevant, but forgetting about that person and, like, moving on is denial. So even though you think that you're a functional member of society and you're fine, you're at work, you're fine, you're happy, really you're still in task 1. You just don't necessarily know it. But they found that usually the way to, like, cope with loss isn't to forget about that person, because that's unrealistic. It's to integrate that person into your life in a different way. Find your new purpose. Find a way to remember them and honor them without making that your entire life and still being able to function. You see? What if I feel like I lost my whole purpose? Yeah. There'll be new ones. It's tricky. I can't really give advice about any of this. Well, I'm not qualified to give advice anyway, but I also am, like, me myself, don't feel like I can give advice about this. But there it is. This is the opposite of how to live forever. Yeah. Yeah, for now. We'll come back around, don't worry. The possibility that ends all other possibilities does not happen in your life. Wait, what? Yeah. This can also go for a lot of stuff, especially addiction. Oh, yeah, true. Accepting the reality that you have an issue. Processing why you have that issue, where it came from, adjusting to not having that coping mechanism anymore, aka the thing that you're addicted to, and then integrating that, what you've learned and your lessons, into your new purpose, into your new life. Sure, you could apply it there, absolutely. That makes sense for me, at least. Yeah, there's another one. Are you ready? This isn't so much for mourning anymore. This is just about coping in general. So there are people called Strobe and Shoot. This is the Strobe Shoot model of coping with stuff in general. Can I have an unrelated question? Yes. Before we start the next one. Absolutely. No guarantee of an answer. My answer could be, I don't know, and I stand by that. How do you manage stress knowing that your thesis presentation is in 2 weeks? I just got the email today. Oh my god. Are you not, you're not prepared, yeah? Step 1. I'm not allowed to give advice about this. This is what I would do. Exclamation mark asterisk. Step 1. Deep breath. Step 2. Pay someone to do it for you. And just fuck it all off. Fuck it off. Take a nap. No. Okay, step 1. Breathe. Spore, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. You already did the nap. That's bad. Grilla, no. Step 2. Increase your alpha waves and get into an alpha state. Okay? Sorry. Step 1. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Step 2. Split it up into tiny little easy tasks. So like instead of do presentation, what's step 1? Turn on computer. What's step 2? Find this, I don't know what your presentation is on or anything. Split it up into tiny little tasks. Step 3, make a schedule of those tasks. Google Schedule color coding is very fun. Step 4, fucking do it, mate. Just do it. Do the thing. And you won't be stressed because you've done it. You know. Step 5, as an option, as opposed to step 4, fuck it all off, take a nap. Fuck it off. Woo. Step 5, profit. This handwriting's crazy. I'm writing with a mouse, okay? Can you do better? Fuck off. Sorry. I'm displacing. Warm up the speech, babe. Arguments for. The thing I'm already is I'm already overthinking. You have to stop that. Have you tried not doing that? Deep breath. Calm down. Have you tried calming down? Have you tried not being stressed? It's too many steps. It's too many steps. Step 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, and 5.5. Cry. You gotta schedule. That's what you put on your Google Calendar. Something that I'm really enjoying as of recently. My friend is helping me use Google Calendars because he has a real job. I've never had a real job. Well, that's not true. I haven't had a real job in a while because I'm a streamer. Do you know what I mean? So the concept of schedules, I keep making mistakes. Like people say end of the week. Have this by the end of the week. And for me, that's midnight on a Sunday. But I got in like a lot of trouble because end of the week is not midnight on a Sunday. It's Friday at 5 p.m. And now that's obvious now that I think about it. But I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it. I was just like, end of the week, cool. Sunday midnight. That's end of the week. It's not. It's Friday at 5 p.m. My bad. So I was 2.5 days late. Oh, well, 3.5 days late because they only looked at it Monday morning. I haven't had a real job in a while. I don't do that. I don't do business days. My days off are Wednesday and Saturday. Okay? I don't have, like... I don't know what that means. My working hours, but that isn't, like... Basically, I do fuck all 9 till 1. I stream 1 till 5-ish. Okay? And then I work 5 till 9. That's my day. 5 till 10. You know? So when someone's like Friday 5 p.m., I'm like, I can't do Friday 5 p.m. I haven't started my working day yet. I haven't started. You know what I mean? Maybe I can just say I'm on American time. That's what I'll just say. How would you like to work for me as my personal secretary? Yeah, that's not just like a step down. That's like, I would have to fall down a well to do that, to be honest. Currently, I'm like basically the equivalent of a CEO of my own company, so shut up. No. Oof, burn. Sorry. Was that too much? Sorry. Sorry. My bad. Thanks. Anyway, apply water to the burn area. Would you like some aloe vera? So there's people that feel end of the week means Sunday and others that feel it's Friday. Well, I think everyone knows that it's Friday at 5 p.m. except people who don't have real jobs. So other streamers get it. Other streamers. If I said to another streamer at end of the week, actually, should we test this? That could be fun. Should we test this? Okay, who's live? Could be fun. Should we test this? Who's live right now? Let's ask. Who's live that I feel confident talking to? And who will actually see the message? Who shall we ask? Let's ask Snoopy.
Tremor, I mean grounding, whatever it's called.
Snoop, what's end of the week
Keep it up.
for you?
Tremor this.
Like, day and time.
Don't be dead. Don't be dead. Snoopy, what's the end of week for you? Like day and time? End of the week.
Go on. Bets in chat, bets in chat.
Wait, do you mean like...
Is it Friday 5 p.m.? 1 in chat if it's Friday 5 p.m. 2 in chat if it's Sunday
Me?
midnight.
I don't have that.
I don't have
That
that.
makes sense. Like there's no end of the week for me.
He doesn't have that.
Yeah, I don't know. This is always, it's the constant state of whatever you want to call it.
All right.
Does that make sense? What up, Perry? Yo.
Okay.
How are you?
Thanks. I'm good, babe. How's it going? Okay, but I'm leaving now.
You want to go?
All right, cool. Next. We need to ask
Sorry,
someone else.
everything.
We need to ask someone else. We can...
Perry, take care. Take care. See you
Let's ask
soon.
Anna.
Under the ground.
Hey. Question. What's end of the week for you?
Get the legs
Like,
up.
day and time.
Yep. Okay, we're all right.
I don't know if she'll
We're
see
all
this.
right.
She busy.
This has to be the darkest part of the game. I can see.
Okay,
probably
1 in the
about
chat.
30% of what
1
it
in the
looks
chat if it's Friday 5 p.m. 2 in the chat if it's Sunday. 3 in the chat if it's something else.
like. It is awful.
Aw,
I'm
nice
way
man.
capable of running. Just like, have a bit of oomph, you know. Have a bit of like
My question might get lost.
respect for the life that you have, or the life that you have left,
My question might get lost.
and just run accordingly. This is not the shop's closing, and I need a
Is
loaf
she
of
gonna
bread.
ignore me?
This is a creature that
Another Fexy says Friday 5 p.m.
is stabbing me.
But I don't know Fexy's job.
The run should reflect.
Spam it? No.
But you like boss fights.
Oh, guys. Guys,
You little.
rip. Rip. She didn't see my message. It got lost. Rip.
Trust no one. Trust.
Girls are me. I don't know if that's the takeaway, Daniel. L plus ignored. Damn it. Okay, we'll try again.
Some squelch.
We'll try again.
Perry.
Oh.
Question. What's
Oh!
end of the week for you? Like date and time? Oh. End of the week. Sunday at midnight.
Yes.
No?
Sunday midnight. That's what I'm saying.
Friday.
Sunday midnight.
But you still got a week left.
Based.
Who's saying Friday? Guys, a weekend is still the rest of the week.
Yes. Okay. So that's one person for Sunday midnight, one person for there is no end. Okay, I don't know if Virtual will see this, but if he does,
Yeah, I love this song.
let's find out. Hey,
Yeah.
if someone said
Yeah, some
end of the week to you,
per session.
what is that? Like date and
Per
time.
session, guys, and probably
No
listeners.
guarantee he sees this. He's busy. And his chat moves very fast.
Perry! Hey, if someone said end of the week to you, what is that? Date and time. Sunday,
Yes!
23:59 p.m.
That's true! Sunday midnight!
Like, 1 minute
That's
before
what
midnight
I'm
on Sunday.
saying!
Because the week starts on Monday. I don't know why American calendars start on Sunday.
GG. Okay. Okay. All right. One more? Should we do one more and then it's conclusive? Streamers don't count. Streamers don't count. Is my question good? I'm thinking maybe I should specify like for a deadline. You know, because that's what we mean. Should we ask Quodly? Where is she? There she is. Okay.
Spinach.
Hi.
Whole Roma tomatoes. Passata,
If someone
bottled
said,
wine,
have it by
onion,
the end of the week.
carrot.
Does that make sense?
What else did we add in there? It's got so much flavor.
I'll put some quotation
What's
marks.
the flavor? I'm gonna add a
What's end of the week to you, day and time? Will she see this?
bit more.
She cooking.
Get a spoon of the red and white sauce and try it together. That's a
Miko and Kid, thanks for the follows.
surprise. I want to be surprised when I try it. Like, wow.
Aww.
Hey, hello, Perry. If someone said have it by the end of the week, what's end of the week to you? End time? Oh, have it in by the end of the week. Business-wise, it's a Friday. For me,
Sunday.
that's a Sunday.
Yes!
Depends on context. Like,
It's Sunday.
people who have office jobs, 100% that's end of business. That is EOB Friday,
Sunday.
5 p.m.
I'm taking Sunday. For her, it's Sunday if she
For
could pick.
creative or anyone who has a pretend job,
Pretend job.
that's Sunday at 1 a.m.
At 1 a.m. Monday.
Hi Akashtio, hi DJ, hi Twiggy, hi Crimson. Yeah, get us.
Okay, GG.
Sauce tasty.
Pretend job is wild. I think that's conclusive, no? I think that's conclusive. I'm enjoying harassing people though, so we might go one more. Okay, you get to pick. Of all the people I follow who are currently live, we'll go one more person. Thank you for the follow, Zachary and Jeff and Kim. I appreciate that. One more person until I decide my point is proven. Pirate Software. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna. I'm not sure he'll see my message, Pirate Software. Let's go for someone we know. And don't just follow. Apollo. We need normal people answers. But I'm saying for streamers. We've already asked Anna. She said Sunday. She said Sunday at midnight. So there it is. We can ask Mika. Should we ask Mika?
Run!
If someone said end of the week, what's that to you? Like date and time.
He's hurt you, has he?
She might not see it.
We can't be having that now, can we?
No one's ignored me so far. So I feel very flattered by this.
What the heck?
Don't let
is
us down,
that?
Mika.
Cool. Justitia.
You asked during the cutscene? Oh, I did. I'm so stupid.
Let's rock.
Oh, I really want to play
baby.
Bayonetta. This looks really fun. Germ says Friday, 5 p.m. I don't know Germ's job.
Yeah. Oh, what the heck?
I asked during a cutscene before a boss fight. This was the worst time. This is the worst time. There's no way. There's no way. And my message is gone. There's no way.
I'm not getting a witching hour either.
It's like the worst time. We need to watch the entire boss fight now. We'll come back to Mika. We'll come back when she's not so busy. Does that count as ignoring me? Have we lost our streak?
Whoa! Oh shit!
Let's end on a low, shall we? Which makes sense for the death stream. I think the death stream is a good time to end on a low if we're gonna end on a low, do you know what I mean? Alright! The third model of coping with death is called the Shobe Shoot. So, Shobe Shoot thing. The model. We got the answer. We got the answer. We did. I proved my point, okay? So for everyone who was like atting me, for my management team who were like really mad that I was 2 days late on a deadline, they said end of the week, which is Sunday at midnight. Or I like Crowley's answer, Monday 1 a.m. That's more accurate, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, because I don't have a proper job, so GG. I thought end of the week, and I thought you might be talking about some like toxic bro culture stuff. What, like a purge, like a population bottleneck, like a genocide of the weak people, the people who bench less than Guys, what are you supposed to bench? What's like a good number for the average boy? for like a podcast bro boy, for like a big muscly podcast bro. What's a good number? Like 100 kilograms. Okay. Like yeah, for those of you who bench like 100 kilograms less, cull them all. 220 kilograms. Really? I can barely do. No, I think I do 12. Well, 6 in each hand. I do 6 in each hand. Whatever. It's not a competition. So, 2 trucks filled with oil, like real men. Look at these swans. I'm good with 1 kilogram weights. Yeah, you go for it. We can work on it. It's all good. What oil though? That makes a difference. Are we talking sesame? Are we talking sunflower? Are we talking what kind of oils here? I think I can baby carry up to 70 kilograms. What, like this? That's pretty good, I think. I don't think I can do that. Can I do that? I can't even adjust the machine that does the 70 kilograms, so like whatever. Coconut oil. Oh, it has to be baby oil. 2 trucks full of baby oil without spilling a drop on yourself. That's the minimum bench press if you don't want to get culled in the podcast boy revolution. And I agree. Wholeheartedly, I agree with this message. Okay, that is the last time I'm doing the maybe sarcasm sign, okay? It ruins the joke. I'm just gonna say that for free. It ruins the joke. And if you don't know, if you can't keep up with me, then it's okay. We'll learn these skills. It's a skill like everything else. We'll learn together. Does that make sense? Just assume that 99% of what I'm saying is sarcastic. And if something sounds controversial, I'm probably joking. Is that a good baseline? I don't have any controversial opinions. I actually genuinely don't. I really don't think I do. I think I'm pretty... Although maybe I just think that because those are my beliefs. So my beliefs are 0.0 and then everything else is just a deviation from my beliefs, and those are what I interpret to be controversial, but really my beliefs to someone else who has a different 0.0 are still controversial what to them, but they're wrong and stupid. No, I don't have any controversial thoughts or feelings at all. Because I'm a decent, nice human being. As opposed to people who disagree with me. So true, bestie. Thank you. Thank you. Joke's on you if you don't understand, right? Exactly. I don't mean that. Do I? No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. How many times do we cope per day again? That's a good question. I'm going to ask ChatGPT because there's no way I can Google this. ChatGPT, how many times a day, brackets, you must give a number, because it will try and cop out of it, it will. You must give a number. Do we use coping mechanisms? Tell me. Thinking? Assessing variability? AI knows cope frequency. They must do. It must do, yeah. Thought for 12 seconds. While it varies greatly among individuals, a rough estimate is that people use coping mechanisms about 5 times a day. That's a lot. Wait, that's a lot. So like be in denial or displace your emotions or like... Wow, Grace, thank you so much for the bits. It's coming. That's so many bits too, thank you. It's coming, it's happening.
Gracefully _ insane says, as someone who's lost 9 friends, most of them to Sudoku, I've missed a bit driving to work, but I really appreciate you talking about this and teaching us a bit about the other models of grief. It's helping me understand myself better in a way that makes me feel more seen. Thanks.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. That is awful. Can we get love hearts in chat? Support in chat. That's... Wow. And thank you for saying that. It's a really sweet message, yeah. I'm so sorry that that's happened to you. To them. To you. Damn, yeah. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, there's pressure now. I gotta do a good job now. It suddenly got serious. Okay, the Shapeshoot is what this one's called. It's more like a model for coping in general rather than necessarily grief. But basically their idea is that you go between, so there's two different kinds of coping, and you basically just oscillate between them. So you have processing feelings, and then also processing restoration. So that's like how you cope afterwards. So it's basically an oscillation or a back and forth between feeling the pain of what's happening, and then, or like feeling whatever it is you're in denial about, and then figuring out what your new purpose is and what life is going to be like if you integrate these things. And that's why I can go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the reason why people like this, it's more simplistic and there's less detail around it and less like different stages. But people like this because it emphasizes the fluidity. Yes, and the cyclic nature of it, Daniel. And it basically shows that even if you're someone who feels like you've processed all your feelings and you've integrated it into your new life and you've got a purpose and you're doing fine, it can still at any moment flute back here. And that's okay. That's okay because it's a process, and eventually it'll cycle less and less and less, and you'll be able to do both of these things successfully. And so people really like that because it makes up for what these other stages, not this one. Oh, I deleted it. The other stages, like the 5 stages of grief, the Ross model, and the Warden's 4 tasks of mourning, that model as well. What they don't do, and what they do is they imply rigidity, this stage to this stage to this stage, and no back and forth, no cycle, no mixing of them, when really nothing is ever that simple. It's like bipolar disorder, right? So a common misconception about bipolar disorder is that you have the mania, the woo, yeah, I'm amazing, I'm angry, I'm hallucinating, but I'm cool, and then the depression. And the common misconception, and I think it's because of the name as well, this is what Stephen Fry says, it's because of the name as well, the common misconception is that you have this one, and then you have this one, and maybe there's a transition period, but you go boop, 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 boop. But the graph of bipolar is not that. The graph of bipolar, if you were doing like time and mood, I suppose, and then here's like normal. This is like neutral feeling, normal, right? The graph of bipolar is not like that. It's more like this. And then everyone's a little bit different, so it's more like... And similarly, ignore, the impossibilities in this graph. Anyway, but similarly, you can also at this point have symptoms of both of these things. It can also, probably a line graph like this isn't even the right way to represent it. You could time travel, interesting. But bipolar people have the power of time travel. The y-axis is mood, so that would be neutral mood, and then this would be towards mania, and then this would be towards depression. That's usually how bipolar is represented, and then it's like floopy. But probably a line graph like that isn't even the right way to show it. Because I would probably say the way to show bipolar would be circles. And then probably you'd have like slightly longer circles that encompass different things. So that is what like mania would look like. And then you'd go down into depression, but it would look like this. Does that make sense? So you'd have different symptoms of both of them pretty much all the time. Yeah, I do more of a scatter plot than a line. And so that's a common misconception about bipolar disorder. You can have multiple of things going on at once. You can go back and forth. Your cycles will be fairly regular, but not always. Sometimes you'll have a day where you're like totally manic, but you're in general depressed that month. Does that make sense? Ugh, nuance, boring. I totally agree. Nuance sucks, man. Absolutely sucks. Would I recommend beer? There is no problem with beer in general. Oh, is it this your brand? Are you like a beer person? I appreciate a strong brand. I really do. I really do. Does your bipolar cycle sync up with the other girls? Yes. Bipolar. My dog. He's so moody, so maybe. Hey, whoa! Not that being bipolar means moodiness, but similarly, the processes of dealing with anything like coping and mourning and grief and stuff like that is not necessarily, hey, you go through these things and then you're fine. So this is like mood, I suppose, or processing how much better you feel, and this is time. It's not like that. You don't just get better, yay, you know? It's more like this. Ooh, you know? And that's what this model makes up for compared to the other ones, even though it's a little bit more simple. And simple usually is bad in psychology because simple is wrong most of the time. He does seem like a kind of moody boy. He really is, man. He really is. If you stop petting him, he starts screaming and stomping. Happy dog is always moody. Oh. You good, Echo? You good, hun? Oh dear. Okay, here's some more. I haven't made as many notes on these ones because these are a little bit smaller, but here's some more. Okay, you've got something called continuing bonds. These aren't really full models, I suppose. They're just kind of things that happen. Continuing bonds, which is basically the concept or the theory that, oh, this is actually what I was saying before, but this is what it's called. So I was saying before that they found that instead of letting go of someone, if you're mourning someone, instead of letting them go and forgetting about it and stuff like that, the more effective way, the more healthy way, and the way that you actually achieve true moving on, I suppose, is by integrating them into your new life. So instead of instead of letting go and forgetting about it, the healthy way of doing things is have this enduring connection, a continuing bond. And people who successfully can do that over time, long process, but people who can successfully do that have a much healthier, much happier outlook than people who can't. Yeah, so like cloning would be a good example of this, if you can clone them, or if you can make an AI version of their voice and then make it your PA system in your house. That's another good way. Oh, sorry, I forgot this. It's another good way of doing it. But yeah, that's definitely what this refers to. Okay, and here's another one. We talked about attachment theory already in terms of that. People with secure attachment. Oh, this is so annoying. Are you ready? So let me remind you about attachment theory. It's a Bowlby thing. Basically, again, it only applies to toddlers, but people use it as a cool little framework for relationships now, and that can be helpful, but it's not completely robust. Only really robust in terms of toddlers. But attachment theory is basically, there are two different kinds of attachment. Insecure has a bunch of sub-kinds. Don't freak out. I know there's like 4 or 5 of them, whatever. But basically, you're either secure or you're insecure. People with a secure attachment are fine. They're fine. They have no qualms being vulnerable. They like people that they like. They tend to, when they're choosing partners, they tend to go for people who are emotionally available and nice to them. And that's it. They're fine with confrontation in a healthy way. Bastards. People who are insecure, depending on the subtype, they don't necessarily do that. They can be super independent to the point of don't touch me, don't come near me. They can go for people who are mean to them because that's what love is, or that's what they think love is, etc., etc., etc. So they can have all of these toxic things that are going on in their heads all the time, right? Interesting. But also must be nice. I know. So secure and insecure attachments don't just apply to, well, they don't apply to romantic relationships. Again, it's just toddlers and parents. But if we're applying them, it doesn't just apply to relationships or friendships as an adult. It also applies to all kinds of relationships. All kinds, not just love. So things like grief and moving on. So people with secure attachment styles, they are way better at having healthier responses to grief. They will they'll move forward quicker. They'll move through whatever stages they're moving through if you can apply those things. All of this stuff, they'll do it in a healthier way. They'll reframe it in a healthier way, and they'll be able to move on cooler. Bastards. They're just better in every single way. Mentally healthy people do healthy things. I know, shocking that, isn't it? Shocking. Okay, here's another one. What about spoonerisms? Spoonerisms are not part of this stream! Sorry, it's been a big spoonerist day. No spoonerisms! Almonds? Yeah, there'll be an almond. There'll be an almond, don't worry. Print Fact Argent and Secretary, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. And Brave, Dead, and Kima, thanks for the follows from before. If you're still here, I missed you. Is spoonerism big spoon and small spoon? No. Spoonerism is a mistake. Oh, why am I describing this? Spoonerism is a mistake that we make when talking, one of many different mistakes that we make when talking, and it's basically when you mix up the first sound of two words that are
Daddy
together.
says, sorry I'm a bit late with this, I had to find it again first. But did we not just mention something related to the following? Silicon neurons that produce action potentials have been created before. It was on the cover of Nature magazine.
Oh, cool.
See slide 5 of this presentation. https://www.aim-ahead.net/media/ptwcmyb3/ai-cares-dr-huang.pdf.
Cool. Oh, cool, really? That's sick. They made neurons. Teehee? I do not want to read this now, but this is cool. Thank you. They made neurons. That's sick. I love that. Cool. I do really think as soon as we understand the brain and can put it together, we can make flesh humans, like synthetic humans, and synthetic humans that have the same brain as us and think in the same way will literally be the exact same thing as humans, in my opinion, and therefore we'll just make humans and then no one has to give birth ever again. Yay. A student in my class is making a math model of a neuron. It's pretty cool. That's fun. Hi, Rainstorm. Welcome in. What can go wrong? Literally nothing. Nothing could ever go wrong with that at all. Not even nothing. Sounds like an ethical nightmare. We can make them slaves. the synthetic people. Man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. They're coding it up and it looks pretty nice. That's cool. If you want to share it when it's done, please feel free because I would like to see, but you don't need to do that. Maybe that's already what's happening indirectly. Sure. Making Matrix Men. Matrix Men. Okay, here's another one. It's called Meaning Reconstruction. Meaning Reconstruction. Meaning reconstruction, which basically means it's the process of finding new meaning. So everything that I talked about before, that's called meaning reconstruction. Everything that I was talking about how like you want to find new meaning, new purpose in your life, and that's like one of the final stages of accepting grief and stuff like that. Meaning reconstruction is what that is. And there's one more thing that actually applies more to the psychology of my guy Brian. Back to Brian. So the reason I'm talking about coping with death and stuff like that is because I think someone who's super unbelievably health conscious and his byline is don't die, and he's the plasma dude who's like injecting himself with his son's plasma. Not anymore, but he did do that, and he measures himself 24/7 a day. He takes 100 pills a day, all of this mad, like insanely intense stuff. And his purpose is to live, what he wants to do is live as long as possible, slow down aging as long as possible, and his byline is don't die, right? So that's why we're talking about coping with grief, because I have a feeling that's what 90% of this is. He's confronting his own mortality and he's freaked out by it. It's probably what's happening. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Go off, King. You do you. But still. So that's why we're talking about that. Now, something like terror management theory, which sounds really cool. It's pretty simple, to be honest, but it's pretty cool. Is more to do with the psychology of why he's doing this, or the psychological mechanisms of coping with your own mortality. My way of coping with my own mortality is to not think about it. That's called denial, and it works every time. But let's figure it out. So TMT, Teenage Mutant Turtles, or terror management theory, is basically the concept of how, it's like a very broad term, but it's how
people, after they become aware of their mortality, how they cope with that in terms of reaching out to other things. So how they cope with, or how they change their cultural practices, or maybe they'll regain spirituality. They'll like turn to spirituality for things like that. So it's all of that stuff. They might rehash their values. So for example, if you have like a life, like a near-death experience, like a life-changing thing, then you might completely change up the way that you see the world and have a new, different perspective. Probably also because you're on fuck tons of drugs, but it's also terror management theory. Literally how you manage terror, but specifically how you change your behavior, your culture, your spirituality, your values, and stuff like that. So usually what happens when people confront their mortality, what happens is you go super into various cultural practices to figure that out. So that could be religion, or it could be diet and exercise, or it could be more traditions, spending time with family. Usually they're quite social. And the reason why you want to do this, especially in terms of religious tradition and stuff like that, or just like cultural traditions, the reason they do that is because it gives a greater sense of belonging and community. If you feel like you're all in this together, because everyone's going to die, yeah? Everyone's going to die. Everyone's confronting this, right? You're basically all in this together. So it gives you a sense of belonging. It gives you a sense of shmish-pish. And it just makes you feel better about it. It's all about coping. Everything's about coping, because what else? What can you do, man? Well, if Brian Johnson's onto something, then maybe you cannot die ever. But still, in general, what can you do? Did you have to remind me? What about mortality? I'm sorry, Dodie. It is kind of what the stream is on. Hi, Gopal. I'm immortal. Share your secrets. Share your secrets. Am I a post-humanist or singularitarian? Or you're not a post-humanist or post-humanism is a philosophical and political movement that challenges the idea that humans are separate, exclusive, and self-contained.
The witch.
Don't know what that means. Oh, in terms of other animals and things. What does that mean? It allows us to see ourselves enmeshed in the greater web of being rather than outside of it. So instead of humans and everything else, we are part of everything else. I guess, sure, that's incredibly vague. I don't know what that means. Do you know what I mean? What does it mean to you? What does it mean to you? What's singularitarianism? Singularitarianism is a movement that has a very weird logo. Very weird logo. Looks like a gas station or something. Petrol station. Oh my god, stop it, Perry. The Americanization of me is insane. Petrol station. Thank you. Singularitarianism is the belief that technological singularity, the creation of superintelligence, will likely happen in the medium future, not as opposed to distant future, and that deliberate action ought to be taken to ensure that the singularity benefits humans. So is this the whole idea that you're going to create like an artificial intelligence that eventually can create its own artificial intelligence, and then humans will become like obsolete? Yeah, I can fuck with this. Yeah. I guess. I disagree with the medium future part though. I would say distant future. How do you define these things? And define benefit, yeah. I also disagree with maybe the purpose of it. I say fuck it, let it happen. But that's me. I'm already convinced I'm an LLM made of meat. I like that, Jermaine. I like that. Thanks for the hydrate. Did you see that? I think there's something in my coffee. I could have just not stirred it properly maybe, but still. Gross. Some transhumanists think that superintelligence should replace humans. Yeah, I can fuck with that too, to be fair. Although, have you read In the Life of Puppets? If the robots take over too quick before they're actually fully conscious, then the world becomes like super weird and dry.
So they need to be like fully conscious the same way that humans are for that to not be incredibly depressing. And then it's like, fuck it, go off. You know what I mean? Replace us. Dry in what way? It'll just be covered in robots. And there will be no humans anywhere. Or no, like, conscious beings anymore. Apart from, like, monkeys and chihuahuas and stuff. You know? The world is already incredibly depressed. I'm not going down this route, Alex. I like the world. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I like life. I'm enjoying mine. Not to flex or anything, but I think things are great. There's lots of fun things to do. Friendship is fun. Being by yourself is also fun. Play some Stardew Valley, man. Everything's okay. Eat some chocolate, play some Stardew Valley. That seems discriminating of robots. They're not conscious, man. Not yet. Anyway. Cool. So people also can like change their values as well. Like I mentioned, values. So people can compensate. If you're confronted with your mortality in whatever way, people can compensate for various things, such as by going super intense into like charity and things like that, and pursuing various achievements. Like you always hear about the guy who has a near-death experience and then climbs Mount Everest. That sort of thing, right? That sort of thing. Yeah. I heard about a guy that used to be high up in Google AI stuff, and he said he left as they didn't do things properly with all the precautions, and they crossed this big line, and how that was very concerning for the future of AI. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, there needs to be like super rigorous precautions for all of this stuff, and EEG stuff, and things like that, and Neuralink and stuff like Neuralink. There needs to be super huge precautions that need to start now, so that the systems are established by the time anything is created that's actually important. Not important, but you know what I mean. But I don't think it is, because, you know. But that's okay. It's whatever. And that brings me back to my main point. The best thing in the world. Denial. It works every time. Okay? That's alright. Whatever. Okay, here's what else happens when you're confronted with your death. Defense mechanisms, obviously. Skipping over that because we've done it so much. Altruism and self-transcendence. So, same thing. Investing in charities, blah, 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 blah. The reason why is you want to create this sense of continuity, so you want to leave a lasting impact. If I'm going to die, I might as well do something good. Things like that. So lots of pro-social behavior, which is what it's called. Pro-social. So, as opposed to anti-social. Anti-social behavior isn't isolating yourself. That's like not social behavior. Does that make sense? Lack of social behavior. Antisocial behavior is doing things that are bad, like pissing on street corners and hitting people, I guess. Yeah, that would be asocial, exactly. Antisocial is like actively bad. So like going up to Jeremy or whatever and punching him in the face, that's bad. Pro-social is things that are nice and good. Volunteering, charity, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Then people will also seek out others. So they'll be part of communities, like I mentioned before, social bonding, maintaining that, telling your loved ones that you love them, etc. And being way more vulnerable in that regard because fuck it, we're going to die anyway. But then also people can go superstitious. So this is a fun one. Superstitious, which also ties in similarly to going super obsessive about various things, such as health. Same thing. Which is very, very interesting. So, the reason why that happens is you want to get away from thoughts of death, basically. You want to get away from it. Or, as we know from obsessive compulsive disorder, which isn't necessarily the same thing, but we can learn a lot of different stuff about it. In obsessive compulsive disorder, you have these intrusive thoughts that you can't get rid of, and it results in you needing to do these compulsions. So obsession, the intrusive thought that doesn't go away, and the compulsion, the action you take because of it. So the intrusive thought could be, I left my oven on, and the compulsion is I have to go check. And that happens over and over and over again because regardless of what you do, you can't get rid of it, right? Obsessive compulsive disorder. In that disorder, or in the fact that you have obsessions, it's the intrusive thoughts that lead to you needing to comfort them. So the behavior checking, the purpose of checking on the oven, for example, or the purpose of the compulsion is to make yourself feel better. It's coping. It's to reduce anxiety that the intrusive thought brings, or that the belief brings. So it's the same sort of thing. If you have any sort of obsession in terms of making up for something, if you have an obsession that's because of making up for something, like being afraid of death or whatever it is, then the reason you would do that or do those behaviors is to reduce anxiety and make yourself feel better. So very similar thing to actually the disorder. Not that this would be a diagnosable disorder, but still. And so doing routines, this is the superstition, doing routines and then doing obsessive, I guess, routines, but they're very, very similar, where your routine could be every time you come in the house, tap on a horseshoe, put your shoes the right way around, kiss a vase, sit down in a specific place for 2 minutes, and then move. And all of that, for superstitious, spiritual, whatever it is, reasons, will keep you safe. Right? Same sort of thing as getting into an obsessive-compulsive routine, such as taking 100 pills a day, controlling what you eat, eating a certain number of calories, an hour of exercise of specific things, monitoring hyperbaric pressure chambers, monitoring every single thing that you do all the time, every single part of health, being the most measured man in the world, having more MRIs, his words, than anyone else, doing these light therapies, going to bed at 8:30 p.m. every single day, sleeping always alone, ignoring small talk, and all of this other stuff that he says that he does. That, I would say, is an obsessive routine. Probably, not that I'm allowed to diagnose him, probably because he's trying to escape the thoughts of his own mortality. Probably because of his background of crippling anxiety and crippling depression. Is it working there? It kind of seems like it is, you know? He has, like, the internal health of an 18-year-old, and he looks good for 47, do you know what I mean? He's happy now. So, who am I to say it's bad? Thank you, Alex. Yeah, he's like probably the most extreme routine that I've ever seen as well. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. It's insane. I can't diagnose him, so let's try. Let's diagnose him anyway. Woo! And this is a really big thing of coping with mortality, but also coping with anything. What can you teach me? Oh yeah, I haven't even got to the point of how to do it. Although, I don't want to give advice on this because it's like really, really weird. Okay, let's finish the psychology bit. Then we'll go into what other people say and how to do it. Be immortal forever, yay. And then we'll hit some neuroscience, although I'm not sure we're gonna have time for this. I'll try. Okay, speed. We're gonna speed through it. So then you can have avoidance behavior, so that's locking yourself away, isolating yourself, part of depression and stuff like that as well. And then legacy building and meaning making. So we've actually already talked about that. Yay, we can skip. Okay, here is Ray Kurzweil. Talking about what he thinks is the key to immortality, or not immortality necessarily, but expanding your life. Now, Ray is like a very respected AI researcher, I think, or someone like that. I don't really know who he is, so he might not be. But he's talking about supplements here, which is interesting. Let's go.
Nutrient levels and
how much do you fiddle with the mix, adjust the cocktail?
Well, I'm
of pills, of vitamins.
Testing myself. So I'm not
futurist
flying without an instrument panel, and look at actually many dozens of different indicators, hormone levels and nutrient levels, and the usual things like cholesterol and C-reactive protein, and keeping things in what I consider to be optimal ranges, but actually don't change it that much. One of the challenges is to deliver substances into the cells. First, they have to make it through the gastrointestinal tract and survive into the bloodstream, and then have to get from the bloodstream to the actual cells. And there's been advances in packaging these.
The key to immortality is made by a very old locksmith.
To the cells.
So you're getting shots of this?
It's a IV. I go to a health clinic and I get a number of IVs of things that are difficult to deliver through the GI tract.
Oh my god.
But you can do a fairly good
That
job
feels
of
pretty
taking
extreme, no?
that orally, which I do
IVs
every
for
day.
supplements and
So
vitamins
that's
and
one
stuff.
substance. Another aging process is atherosclerosis, which is well known, the clogging up of your arteries with plaque. And there's different kinds of plaque. There's vulnerable plaque and calcified plaque. It's not
Maximus,
just
that's
the
so mean.
coronary arteries that feed the heart and the cerebral arteries.
You don't know. He could be 87. You don't know. You know?
Feed the brain that get clogged up. Every artery in your body will accumulate plaque. And everybody actually has this process to one extent or another. So if the arteries in your legs get
Is he a doctor? No, he's a futurist. Don't really know what that means. I feel like he's quite well respected as a researcher in various like technology and AI. I don't know if he's well respected when it comes to taking 150 pills a day. Regardless, it's pretty extreme. Pretty extreme. But there it is. I never trust anyone that calls themselves a podcast boy. I never trust anyone that calls themselves a futurist. Because what does that mean? What does that mean? If anyone calls himself a futurist or what was the vaguest title I've ever heard before? Innovation specialist or something. What does it mean? I don't know. Innovator.
One of the questions that has been in my mind ever since we spoke is the purpose to dying. Having a certain end to life is a bit of an error. Like, why haven't we just been evolved to become immortal?
We only evolved to stick around for as long as we need to replace ourselves. Our genes get to move on, but we don't. We haven't really evolved into our station in life. Whales have. They're at the top of the food chain, and they...
I love that they spelled Wales like the country. Now I'm just imagining that Welsh people are better and they're at the top of the food chain. Welsh people live forever.
live hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years, wow.
Longest. Conversely, mice get picked off in a year or two. And with that energy that you save living longer, you actually can put it into reproduction, which mice do. And we're somewhere in between. And the problem is we haven't been at the top of the food chain for that long. We used to be picked off by cats and pretty much even spiders in the savannah. And what we need to do is to engineer ourselves to live longer.
So that is evolutionary biology, I guess, or evolutionary psychology. And it's just a theory. It's a theory. He's saying it as if it's fact. It's not fact. It's a theory. His theory is that we live as long as we need to replace ourselves, and therefore we need to engineer ourselves differently so that that's not the case anymore, or that whatever. It's just a theory, a game theory. Stop. Now, sure, it sounds good, but there's no way of verifying that. So it's, it's weird. It's a weird, it's biology or something. It's a weird thing to say, but that's what he thinks. GG. And there's a dude called Dr. Oz. Now, if you don't know who Dr. Oz is, do you know Dr. Oz? Does he talk about immortality specifically? That might not be the right word. He does a lot of health things. I don't know if he's actually a doctor. Is Dr. Oz a doctor? An actual doctor. Yes. Cool. So he's just immoral then, or incompetent. I'm not really sure. So he does a lot of things about various vitamins and supplements. Now, basically, he's come under a lot of criticism because he keeps advertising weight loss pills that might not be very good. You know? So it's called Businessman. Yeah, he gives a lot of very, very, very dangerous advice. And he's defending himself. I'm not selling magic diet pills.
When you call a product a miracle and it's something you can buy and it's something that gives people false hope, I just don't understand why you need to go there.
My job, I feel, on the show is to be a cheerleader for the audience. And when they don't think they have hope, when they don't think they can make it happen, I want to look, and I do look everywhere, including in alternative healing traditions, for any evidence that might be supportive to them.
Do you believe there's a magic weight loss cure out there?
The word, if you're selling something because it's magical, no. If you're arguing that it's going to be like magic, because if you stop eating carbohydrates, you're going to lose a lot of weight, That's a truthful statement. You may not agree with the flowery use of the word magic, but it is true that most people cutting out simple carbs will lose weight. You know what the biggest...
Okay, so you see how he's a problem person, because he advocates like specific pills and specific brands, probably because they paid him to, that are like weight loss pills that have kind of really bad side effects sometimes, and he advertises it in the way that they're accusing him of here. It's magic, it's a miracle cure, it's one pill, and blah, 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 blah. And he's defending that, saying, well, I'm just trying to give the people hope. But that's dangerous, no? A little bit dangerous. We haven't talked about a British person all stream. This is my British person. This is someone who's mocking him. This guy's a comedian. And I enjoy him. And he's mocking Dr. Oz. Let's go.
So, what did the doctor do? They criticized the talk show host for describing untested weight loss supplements as magical
Hope is
or
dangerous.
miraculous.
Squash hope
I
in
want you
its
to write
tracks.
it down. Garcinia cambogia. Because it may be the simple solution you've been looking for to bust your body fat for good. Now I've got the #1 miracle in a bottle.
Miracle
to
in a
burn your fat.
bottle.
Lightning in a bottle. It's a miracle flower to fight fat.
Miracle flowers?
Miracle
Are you
flowers.
a doctor or an Old West travelling salesman? Have I got something miraculous for you, ladies and gentlemen? A monkey's paw mixed with 5 petals of a rose and a thimble full of otter semen. Guaranteed to cure your lumbago. Step right up, step right
That's
up.
what I heard too.
The Senate hearing was about the marketing of dietary supplements, and unfortunately, no one is more effective at that than Dr. Oz.
Let's go.
Oz's advice is so influential that one mention of a product can cause sales to skyrocket. The phenomenon even has its own name, the Dr. Oz effect. After Dr. Oz touted a substance called green coffee bean extract, one company in Florida sold 500,000 bottles.
Oh my God.
What's so wrong with that? Name me one case where a man named Oz claimed mystical powers and led people horribly astray. Name me one case. You can't do it. The only problem with the Dr. Oz effect is that magic pills don't technically exist, and Dr. Oz knows that.
Do you believe that there's a miracle
So this
pill
is what
out
we
there?
just watched.
There's not a pill that's going to help you long-term lose weight and live the best life without diet and exercise.
Do you believe there's a magic weight loss cure out there?
The word, if you're selling something,
Oh
to
my
think it's
God.
magical, no.
See, the thing is, when he's on his show, being an entertainer, he says the opposite of that. But since he's literally on trial or something, I don't actually know the context of that, but he's in court. He's not allowed to lie. It's a very different context. So he can't say the same thing that he said on his show, which means he shouldn't be saying on his fucking show, should he?
That would be ridiculous. No one is claiming there's a magic pill out there. That would be stupid.
This little bean has scientists saying they found a magic weight loss cure for every body type.
See? He never said there was a magic...
He never said that. He never said there was a magic pill. God, everyone's like so on him. God, this is very relevant to a lot of things. A lot of things these days, and in many different departments. He never said that. I don't know why everyone's saying they said that. Cute, cut to clip. It was a scientist. Yeah, it wasn't him saying. He's not saying there's a magic pill. The scientist said there was a magic pill.
He said there was a magic bean.
It's not a pill, it's a bean. Get it right, God.
Different, because magic beans are a very real thing that you trade your cow for so you can steal a golden harp from a giant.
Very
That's
important.
science.
Very important.
By the way,
exactly. I love John Oliver. He's so funny. He's a brain surgeon selling vitamins. How times have gone. Yes, exactly. So, therefore, what actually, if it's not the magic beans, chat, if it's not the magic beans, what actually is the key to not aging? 1. Here's what you do. You eat less. Not for like weight loss or anything, but you monitor your caloric intake. You eat less. Okay? If you eat less for, whatever it is. Spoonerism! Stop it. Stop it. Eat less, just in general. Like, not a specific amount, but just less than you do now for something. Then you can reduce your metabolism. And as we know, when you metabolize stuff, there are processes and byproducts and whatever that accumulate and damage something.
Which is true. That's like aging and stuff, but I'm not a biologist, so I'm going to make this incredibly vague and only 20% accurate. But eat less. If you reduce your caloric intake, then your metabolism slows down. Similarly, intermittent fasting does the same thing. Slow down that metabolism. Intermittent. Okay. Similarly, cryotherapy, same thing. Kind of. So like really cold. Now, you have a choice. You can be really, really, really cold and slow down or change metabolic processes and promote cellular resilience, introducing inflammation, boosting the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell. Or you can get really, really, really hot. So you can pick. You can get really, really hot like in a sauna or something because that triggers proteins. It's probably better if you mix and match as well, which interestingly, what used to be thought of as the cure for lesbianism, like really hot baths and then really cold rooms and showers and stuff. Hot and cold. Reduces aging and homosexual tendencies. Write it down. Write it down. There it is. There it is. With other nude women or like, I don't know. Probably that came afterwards, like as a test. Did it work? Or are you still horny? They were really making lesbians live forever. That's what they were doing, yeah. They wanted to get rid of the lesbians. Instead, they made them immortal. Was that what Katy Perry was singing about this whole time? This whole time? You're quoting David Sinclair almost exactly right now. Am I really? Oh my god, validation. Okay. So you can be either cold or hot for various processes and things like that. You need to suck the blood of the young. Young blood. Maybe not suck it, inject it. You need young blood or just the plasma. You don't need the whole blood. You can just take the plasma, but that requires a process called fractionation. So that's like long, but just you need blood, yeah, from little boys. Little boy blood is next. And then you've got all the other ones, which like I guess, but it's kind of so like exercise and sleep, you know, sorting out your stress and mental health, all of that stuff. Yeah, whatever. But that's boring. What you need, don't eat very much, don't eat very often, be really cold, be really hot, and suck the blood of the young. And then you'll live forever. Oh, fuck, vitamins. I forgot about the vitamins. Lots of vitamins. Like hundreds of pills. Like actually genuinely. Brian takes 100 pills. What's-his-face takes 150. So What's-his-face is going to live longer. What's his name? I don't even know. I don't even remember. I have too many tabs open. But shall we see what the TikTok boys say? Because the TikTok boys, for me, have final say on all of these matters. Live forever. Vitamin. I don't know what this is going to yield, if anything. But I'm not sure if she's joking or she's got a point. Hong cold! Oxygen heat helps too. Yeah. You want to stick yourself in a hyperbaric pressure chamber as well. Although that one's experimental. The others are proven. That one's like maybe. So. What about my amino acids? Are they too high or too low? Take this pill to increase or decrease your amino acids. I hate, why do I need to do this puzzle every single time? Oh my god. Okay, 3 supplements everyone should take. How to live forever. 4 things you didn't know about Forever Light Ultra. Is this a cult? These vitamin mistakes can harm you. What seems like a good one? Forever Living products. This is a cult. What is this? Wait, what is this? Forever Living? She's pregnant. A belly pouch, it might not be burgers. My girl is pregnant. Is she? No. No, she's just sticking it out. She's just bloated. Okay. Never take these supplements. I feel like we've discovered a cult here. What is Forever Active Pro B?
The Forever Active Pro B.
Hold on. Forever Living products. We've discovered a pyramid scheme! Allegedly! We've discovered an MLM! Allegedly, we've discovered an MLM. The harder you work, the more you can achieve. Fuck you. This is why I don't take affiliateships. This is the reason. And I'll say that with my chest. This is the reason I don't take affiliateships. The harder you work, the more you can achieve. Fuck you, pay me a flat rate. Sorry. I'm not part of any of this quasi-MLM bullshit. Okay, thank you so much. We've discovered a pyramid scheme. I mean, whoa, allegedly. You know. Oh dear. That's how to get involved. Oh geez. Oh, and they're British. Sorry, guys. They're in Warwickshire. Sorry, that's on me. Hi, Cosmic, thank you for the bits. Life has 2 modes. 1, grow and reproduce. 2, protect and repair. Like a shampoo. Like a good shampoo. Wait, were you joking when you said we should consume blood? See, this is why I have this. I need y'all to keep up. Okay. Sign up and use Cledum's phone number again. Don't tempt me. That was so funny. I signed up my roommate. So I wanted to see what would happen if I signed up for an alleged Scientology piano class scam. And I wanted to sign up for like the free course, the introduction course. And they asked for a phone number and I didn't want to give my phone number. So I gave my roommate's. I didn't think anything would come of that. I didn't think he'd find out. They called him. They called him like the next day and he was like, why am I getting a call from Florida? And I was like, I don't know. That's crazy. I'm not sure. That's wild. Oh dear. Vane, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Hi, Volume. What's up? Welcome in. I would never do something like that. I didn't even go to it. No, I decided not to go to it because I'm lazy. Probably should have, actually. Don't worry. He's emailed me a million different times. This guy. He's resilient. The next day is wild. I know. Why is the van outside calling me, Perry? Oh no. Why don't you just make our number up? That's a good point. That's probably what I should have done. Actually. Huh. Anyway.
B is a probiotic that
Live
helps improve
forever. But not the scam cult version. Allegedly. Dodie, thanks for the bits. That's the song. This is harder to find than I thought. Podcast boy. Podcast boy.
Deddy says, someone once tried to get me into an MLM 10 years ago. I had no idea what an MLM was, but I went to their presentation. But subconsciously, I didn't buy what they presented. Basically, also some cure-all pill. Kiani, that one is called.
Kiani. Oh my god, what a good miss from you. Hi, Florida, what's up? I'm sorry that... Who? Are you still friends with them? Check them out. Oh my god.
So if you...
Podcast boy, hell yeah.
Everybody knows that if you smoke or have diabetes, your risk of death goes up a lot. But your risk of death from having high cardiorespiratory fitness goes down by much more than your risk of death goes up from smoking and diabetes. So smoking and diabetes...
Okay, I don't know. I'm not a biologist, so he might be right. But, like, still, he's saying... Yeah, if you're in the... if you have VO2 max, then... and you smoke, you're fine. You can smoke and have diabetes. So long as you have good cardio.
Will double or triple your risk of death.
It negates. It cancels out.
The time frame you're looking at. Having very high cardiorespiratory fitness, so having a VO2 max.
What about emphysema? That's fine if you run a lot.
5% of the population compared to below average.
Why is he wearing a cap
five-fold reduction
underneath his
in
headphones?
all-cause mortality. So everybody knows that if you smoke or have diabetes, your risk.
For a second, I was all smoking diabetes. If you smoke the diabetes, then you can live even twice as long. Oh God. What is hypervision? Do we want to watch any Logan Paul? Probably not. Sleep for immortality. If you just sleep forever, you're basically immortal. Isn't that the point? Unleash your immortality. But then again, I don't want to watch that one. How to become an immortal being. Oh, go off, Jeff. Let's go. Let's hear it for Jeff.
Immortal being. And who doesn't want to live forever? Well, you know what?
I have a
There's
feeling
lot
this
of
is going to be
people who don't even
spiritual.
wanna
Yeah,
be
hashtag
alive right
transcendence.
now, so I guess there's a lot of people that don't want to be, but there's a lot of people who want to live forever. They want to be immortal. And here's the thing to realize, to be able to
Is his skin amazing, or is he using a
realize
filter?
that you already are an immortal being.
No
You are
way.
a soul whose
Guys, we already did it.
manifested
We don't even
body
need to
under
have
this
good cardio.
3D dimension,
We already do it.
right?
We
So
are
this
immortal.
body is temporary. This life that I'm living here is temporary. And when I'm done with
That's
this
beautiful.
body here, I'm gonna come
See,
back.
this is what I mean. The whole like debate over AI and immortality and stuff and blah 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 is completely fucked off if you believe in souls, which is quite nice. I don't believe in souls or anything spiritual, but if I did, then you know. See, all of these ones are like, oh, can we live forever in machines, or your ideas will live on, or you'll live on through your kids, or whatever it is. No, I want literally. How do I live forever? There we go.
If you took a person who's completely sedentary, this is a person who doesn't lift a finger all day, and you can
One's
get
in
them
chat if you're
to
sedentary.
just do light intensity, very modest amounts of activity for 90 minutes a week.
Woo!
You reduce their risk of all-cause mortality, death from any cause, by almost 15%. That's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, if you...
What, like getting hit by a car? Doing light exercise makes you immune to buses. Okay, crazy. I didn't know that, man. I should go back to the gym.
You actually get people to really boost.
You
their
can run
fitness.
away from the bus.
It's
Oh, I see.
About a 50% reduction in all-cause mortality.
Wow,
There's
you're half.
no
You half your risk of bus death.
intervention we have, pharmacologic or otherwise,
Plane crashes.
that has
You'll probably survive
as
it.
much of an impact on the length of your life
If you do yoga
as
once a week.
having high muscle mass, high strength, high cardiorespiratory fitness. And that's just for your age and sex. So people
To be
might
fair,
hear that.
you could outrun the bus maybe. But if you have big muscles, that means you're more likely to survive a plane crash. Actually, I believe that. I don't think it's going to make you immune to getting hit by a bus. But you might be able to, like, have you seen The Strong Man? Do you think a strong man could, like, stop the bus? You know? The bus will just bounce right off your big muscles. Dude, is anyone gonna say that? Is anyone gonna say anything like this? Carnivore diet as well. We truly live in a hellscape. Does that include beer, arm curls? I like Abba's thinking. But the thing is, if I'm sedentary, then I won't be walking outside. And therefore I won't be next to traffic. Arguably, if you do fuck all, and you don't walk at all, don't leave the house, your chances of getting hit by a bus reduces by like basically 100%. Probably not completely 100%, but it will tend towards 100%. Sedentary. Sedentary. Shut up. Sedentary. My bad. Oh, like you've never mispronounced a word before. Look at all the words I've been saying. I've been saying words consistently for the last 4.25 hours. Okay, look at all the words I've said, and I pronounced them all right, probably. One word out of all of the words that I've said in the last 4 hours, okay? God damn it. Did I also pronounce that one? Shut up, Flaming. Wait, I forgot how to say it. Sedentary. Wait, I forgot and I closed it. Sedentary. GG. But you mispronounced it right after hearing him say it, right? Yeah, but like I'm supposed to trust him as a source of information. He said my chances of getting hit by a bus decrease if I do light exercise once a week. So I'm not gonna trust him for anything. Thank you, Nelson. All right. I want more. Oh, it's the same dude. It's the same dude. I want a different. Masturbating twice a week increases your life expectancy of 20%. I can get behind that one. I fuck with that. Let's go. This is the key to immortality. Let's go.
Did this guy figure out how to live forever? Joseph Dituri, a
Woo.
former Navy SEAL, might have cracked the code to immortality. Well, you'll see. He spent 100 days locked away in an underwater research station, conducting research on hyperbaric pressure and how it affects
Hyperbaric
the human
pressure!
body.
Hey, our boy
Interestingly
Brian
enough,
does that.
There was a 1,000% growth in his body's natural stem cell count, and when he emerged, it would seem like biological aging was reversed by 10 years. Initially, his hypothesis was due to lack of sunlight and changing gravity, implying that it might affect the human body negatively. But with the results, is it possible that we humans used to live deep within the Earth's surface? And
Wait.
did this guy
Wait,
figure
what?
out how to
Wait,
live
hold on. Wait. I'm sorry, where did he take this?
affect the human body negatively? But with the results, is it possible that we humans used to live deep within the Earth's surface?
Hollow Earth confirmed. Hollow Earth confirmed. Take that, feminists. I was not expecting that twist, actually. I really wasn't. That was a twist and a half, yeah. That did. SpongeBob, I'm coming! What if he gets shot or something? Yeah, see, I would ask the other guy. The bullets bounce off your big muscles. If that happens. You can make deals with the devil if you become a... Or this is a joke. No, I don't want jokes, man. I want serious answers only. Serious answers. How do I become immortal? Okay. This is what I need to know. These are in Spanish. What is the... I've seen immortal technique a bunch. How to become immortal. Hashtag billionaire. Okay.
I was told from a very young age that the only thing your ancestors are interested in is achievement. Even to this day, when I do podcasts, people repeatedly talk about my father. If I wasn't successful, he wouldn't be spoken about anymore. And he was a good chess.
Why do I recognize this voice? That's what I thought. Okay, quick. Conspiracy theory.
Crazy theory. No, he does this thing, right? When he's playing chess. Yeah. Now this is a mudra. What does this look like?
Illuminati!
What does this look like?
Illuminati!
Now check this out. There's a theory that the mudras, they work. That's why people do them. This is actually used in a lot of Hinduism and even meditations. Okay. Different hand mudras. The theory is the elites or the Illuminati or whoever doesn't want us finding out the power of these mudras, they attach negative images.
This has
onto
nothing
it
to
make
do with
it
the
seem
topic
like a bad
whatsoever.
thing.
This is
Look at
completely...
this.
I just needed a cleanse.
Illuminati. We won't dare to do it because it's like taboo. Now another one. Remember this? Yeah, the goat. People are saying this is satanic. This is another mudra, and this mudra specifically, this actually helps your health. Actually boosts your immune system.
Wait, what is
People will do
what is a
this,
mudra?
and after doing it for I think
Catch
8
a bullet
hours
with
of
a
meditation
mudra.
like this, you'll
Like
cough
Spider-Man.
up mucus. Just
That's
as a
why
circuit
Spider-Man does
breaker,
this.
Doing this, completing a circuit in your body gets your mucus out. There's a crazy theory.
I
No,
love how thanks for
he
the
does this
floor.
thing.
This is harder to find than I thought. This is way harder to find. Everyone's like, oh, what would happen if you're immortal? No. How to live longer. Podcast boy. Specifically, I'm looking for tips. Specifically. Hi, Ryan. What's up? Oh, it's just this guy. It's just this guy. Again, even more. How to live for 10 more years. 10 more years. 10 more years. Me and you. Forever. Us forever. 10 years. Don't skip leg day, you will live longer. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Thighs.
Thighs.
Are the
Squeeze
so
the
if you
bus
have a
away.
Healthy heart, healthy lungs, and healthy thighs. Statistically, you're more likely to live longer. I know. I said the same thing. Thighs.
Thighs.
Do you want to know why? Because historically,
Big thighs save
are the
lives.
Most important muscle responsible.
I'm so proud of myself. That's like the best joke I've ever made. Oh my god, I did it. I thought the day would come that I would what's the word? If like your friend is making a meal and I thought the day would come that I would outdo myself. And it hasn't come for like years because I'm perfect every single time, but it happened. Thick thighs. Save lives. Carry on.
Responsible for what? Motion, walking. Right? Not exercise, social. Going to visit.
I know
your
I didn't
friends
come up with the
before there
phrase,
were
guys.
cars,
I know
before
I
there were
didn't. I just
trains.
attached
We
it.
had to
Shut
work
up.
to go visit our friends. And so people who are mobile, if you're more mobile, you're more likely to maintain friendships, which means you're likely to live longer. So the three
I get
most
that.
important
I do
organs
see
to
that.
keep
I see that.
healthy
Yeah.
Historically, as human beings,
Socialization,
heart,
very
lungs,
key.
and thighs for mobility. Thighs for sociability. Thighs.
And more people are likely to talk to you if you have thick thighs. Everyone, you'll walk into the club and people will be like, damn, I want to make friends with that bitch. Sorry for calling women bitches, but damn, who's that? And then they'll be friends with you because you have thick thighs. Socialization, very key. The Sims 4, okay, which is also evidence in terms of like life and stuff. The Sims 4 has social as like a needs bar, like everything else, like eating and going to the bathroom and stuff. Thick thighs saves lives, more friends. I ran out of rhymes. Hey, that rhymed! There you go. Bitch in an empowering hot way, though. Yeah, bitch in an empowering hot way. Like a big ass, thick thigh, mamacita. Exactly. That's what we're saying. Oh God, I don't remember who this guy is, but I think I hate him. No, he's just an interviewer. He's just an interviewer. Sorry, he did the interview with Richard Hammond. Richard Hammond. And now he's interviewing our guy Brian. Should we top it off with Brian? Let's go back to Brian.
Alcohol. What do you think of it?
I used to drink 3 ounces every morning with breakfast.
Oh my
You
God.
used to drink 3
ounces of alcohol every morning with breakfast.
Question. My guy's had work done, yeah? Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Carry on. But just so weird. He's had work. He looks like he's had some Botox. And that's okay. That's okay. But you have to incorporate that if he's saying he looks younger because of all of the pills he takes. It might not be because of that, potentially.
I enjoyed drinking alcohol.
Don't be
I
mean
enjoyed
about his
drinking
nipples. Don't be
for
mean.
breakfast- For breakfast. Because I had to create the longest time period between my sleep to avoid it negatively affecting my sleep.
Okay.
But then I got rid of it because it was too
Well, the other
expensive
nip might be the same, but you can't see it because the mic's down.
72
Stop it.
calories for the
Stop
3
it.
Alcohol.
He was.
What'd you
I
think?
missed the whole thing. I missed the whole thing. I don't even like. Okay, let's top it off with some Brian Johnson words to live by. What's Brian Johnson's #1 piece of advice? Okay. What's Brian Johnson's #1 piece of advice? He says that the establishment hates him. Let's go for that.
Probably the most hated person by the medical establishment. Like, I'm really inconvenient to exist.
Does he have thick thighs? That's the question.
They try to discredit me. They paint me as like a reckless character that shouldn't be seen as anything legitimate. Right.
His teacher says don't die. That's his
Majority has
catchphrase.
been like a knee-jerk reaction of disapproval or dislike. I'm probably the most hated person by the medical establishment.
I can't imagine that's true, babe. Doctors hate this one trick, and he's the trick. You can call boys tricks, right? Wait, is that a prostitute? What's a trick? Or is it just a guy that you have sex with? Or is it a prostitute? You guys are saying yes, but to which one? There's a delay. Which one? Which one do you mean? Trick is a John. Well, that doesn't help me. Trick is a prostitute. Okay, who's John? It is a prostitute. Interesting. So, like, it's like calling a woman a hoe. Calling a boy a trick, I suppose. Or a hoe. First time hearing of this. I saw it in Queer as Folk. Someone described someone as in Queer as Folk, but I don't know. That was a good show. Anyway. If you're doubting having children, here's one good reason. Oh, Brian, what is this? Brian.
Talmadge, I'm feeling a little low. I've got you, Dad.
That's cool. That's cool. Wait, how are they doing?
Thanks.
Wait a second.
Talmadge.
Wait, but he... erotic for some reason. That is a father and son. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, there's definitely some sort of CGI happening, but it's good. Like, he took it out. That bamboozles my mind. That boggles. Maybe it's real. It's some quality family bonding time. That's what it is. Stop talking about their nipples, man. Although they are shirtless all the time. Like, they didn't have to be shirtless in this picture. You're saying that eye contact at the end is weird. Listen, I don't know about this business, but I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say next. Okay, cool. So, takeaways. Number one, if you want to live longer, here's the final piece of advice, okay? Yeah, exercise, sleep, stress, mental health, blah, 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 blah. Eat less. Eat not often. Be really cold, be really hot, cure your lesbianism at the same time. Suck on young blood. And that's how you live forever, okay? Oh, yeah, you need money for, like, all of this. So, hi, Pineapple, what's up? That's the vibe. That's what it is. Quick, did we get a response back? Yes, we did. In Croatian culture, it's usually not super common. Okay, so Hi asked earlier, saying like "love you, babe" and "I love you" colloquially to friends isn't really something that he's seen in Croatia. Maybe it's different for women, but we don't really know. So I asked my woman Croatian friend for her opinion. She says, in Croatian culture, it's usually not super common. It's reserved for close friends only. But me personally, because I spend lots of time hanging out with kids from abroad in my high school, I'm totally cool with it. And then she says my sound quality was crisp. Interesting. Thank you. What do you think? Do you have something to say back to her while I have her? My chatter says sounds about right and agrees and matches validates your experience. Yee. And I'm gonna reply to the whole also that sound quality was crisp thing with stop flirting with me. Cool. Tell her we love her. Love you. We need Mr. Freeze suit. Yes, you need to be very, very cold sometimes and then very, very hot other times. And that's how you live forever. And that's the thing. Also, 2 more takeaways from the stream. 1, this is how you say sedentary. Sedentary. And this is how you say senescent. It's loading.
Senescent.
Sedentary, senescent. Okay, now what's the final thing? This is the one time I'm gonna let you say it. What's one more thing to take away from this stream? 1. You get 1 more, and I know which one you want. And I won't oppose this one time. Spoonerism! Yay! Get it out of your system. Oh, also never skip leg day. Thick thighs save lives. That's another really big one. Spoonerism. Spoon the bitches. What for? Longer lives. Since I think this person gave a particularly hilarious answer to our question, hey, what's the end of the working week, when we went and looked around at different streams, I think this...
One of the questions that...
I think this will be the person that we raid, because she's very, very cool. Thank you so much for the stream today. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram for pictures, and Discord for everything else. I've got a TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, and I post release, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is tomorrow at 1 p.m. British time, which is GMT. Thank you guys so much. Have super nice time with Quali. She's very, very cool and very, very funny, and she's making lasagna, so that's pretty fun. I bet ask her if she knows how to pronounce sedentary. Although she's Australian, so she might say it differently. But this is a request. This is a request. What from chat from before? Let's go. Spam that Ray message. See you tomorrow. Oh shit, we're going. People. Oh, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window, wearing the face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All the lonely people. But solo. They all come from. Bow, bow, bow. I could go higher, I guess. I have not done this one before. Do they all belong? Bye!